Alright, we should be live. What's Gaming Gamers? It's your boy Olino, and I'm coming at you live once again with another Hearts of Iron 4 game in our A to Z playthrough where we follow most countries' historical paths. Unless I have the default focus tree. Today, we are, at the request of a commenter, jumping ahead to the United Kingdom because it's going to be a while before we play a major again. So, why not? And we're also on the new update with the new DLC, and that's basically it, which has resulted in some interesting stuff happening. I'm not an expert on South American history, but this was the South American DLC. What was it discussing? I've seen some interesting stuff, like Brazil joining Comintern, which I don't think they did historically, and we are playing with historical AI focuses on. But yep. So, United Kingdom, pretty powerful country, although I think in terms of factories, what do we have? We've got about 63 factories total, compared to Germany does, I think, start with more factories than us, and we're pretty comparable, though, in terms of industry. But yeah, naturally, though, we are the British Empire. So we have all the territory controlled directly by us. Oh, and that reminds me, because something that they do in Hearts of Iron 4 is that they set us to military governor by default, which is not what I want. Debating if we want to do... What's our current compliance? I think we're not losing compliance on these states. Like, if I look at Cairo, because Cairo has a lot of victory points. So... yeah, we're going to be losing compliance. I think we have to do civilian oversight if we want to be building compliance. Oh, glad to see you again. Oh, glad to see you again too, Bard. So I think civilian oversight, I think with civilian oversight, some places will get positive resistance target. Like these guys, yeah, they're going to have 2% resistance target, but they're already at 70% compliance, so we're going to be pretty solid. So yeah, basically the plan is, so we're doing historical UK, so we will stand down when the Rhineland event happens. Well, we also don't really get a choice. I think if France refuses to contest the Rhineland, the British don't get an option to contest it at all, and France gets to go first. And we're doing historical France, so they're going to refuse to contest the Rhineland, and similar, we're going to leave the Czechs to their fate. But when it comes to Poland, we will not let Poland fall. Just like historically. I have played, so the UK is nice, because they actually start out with a ton of tech researched, actually, at the start of the game. We also, I think, are going to be running light tanks, because we already start with a 1934 light tank, so we can go ahead and just grab 1936 light tanks. I do also want to get these survivability studies and heavy machine guns, because for my playing, you really, really want to get those. But we'll wait a little bit, because those are pretty ahead of time. Yeah, we'll go ahead and grab limited rearmament, grab a couple factories early on. Per what I've seen is the new sort of meta for Hearts of Iron 4, since we start on civilian economy, which gives us penalty to military and civilian factories. We're just going to build some infrastructure, and you want to try and build infrastructure in states where you've got a ton of building slots. And remember, it's not just building slots. It's not just the current building slots. You also want to consider maximum building slots. For example, so let's say... well, unfortunately... well let's take Lanark versus, say... wow, the UK actually has a good number of building slots. Say Aberdeenshire. Okay, let's take these two, okay. So you might say, oh, there are more building slots in Aberdeenshire, so we would prefer to build infrastructure there instead of Lanark, because there are more building slots in Aberdeenshire available for us. So that means we could build, 2 factories here as opposed to 1 factory in Lanark. And that's true. But remember that when we go down our industry tree, we're going to get extra factories in states. And in fact, once you get all of these techs, you'll get a plus 100%, which effectively doubles the number of factories in each state. So, then if we consider this means that by 1943, Aberdeenshire is going to have 8 total building slots available for us to build in, and Lanark's going to have 12 total building slots available for us to build in. So when it has 8 building slots, that means there are, in the future, a total of 6 free building slots here, whereas in the future in Lanark, there are 12 free buildings, or there are going to be 12 total building slots, or 7 free building slots from where we're at currently, meaning that there are actually more building slots. And this is a pretty small disparity, but you can see how that could be much larger for something like West Midland, where this is going to get up to 20 building slots. Greater London area is going to get up to 24 building slots. And some of these will also get additional building slots, but remember, additional building slots, if they alter... So one of the things they're doing, this is more prominent, I think, in Ethiopia, what they'll do. Yeah, you'll get modifiers or like state development, and also they can change what these are considered. So if we look at, say, Cairo is a developed rural region, and we're also a non-core controller, but a developed rural region gets +4 building slots base. Whereas if you look at, like, London, we are a megalopolis region, which gives us 12 building slots, which is the maximum number of building slots base you can have in the game, which, again, once you get that plus 100% max factories and state modifier, that gets you up to 24. You're pretty close to the maximum number of total building slots you can have. So, yeah, so... I think what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and push for the 1936, because I had this problem playing as the UK before, where you kind of run out of a head of text to do. Aberdeenshire is pronounced Aberdeenshire. Yeah, I mean, those are some words, but yeah, so we're going to go ahead and do the 1936 light tanks, grab all of these texts. These are 38, so we'll go ahead and grab this. We're going to be a little bit unconventional. Normally I would rush, radio, but we already have that. Production efficiency cap, it would be really good to get, but I want us to go ahead and be able to make our better light tank design. But do we want to start building production efficiency early on? Because that is really important to do. Yeah, because it does unlock other techs, so we kind of do need this. I don't think we actually need the engine upgrade, come to think of it. I think for the 1936 light tank, I think its base speed is faster, so I think we can forego the engine upgrade in favor of the armor upgrade. We're going to focus on infantry tanks, because medium tank designer only gives you bonuses to medium tanks, which, if we're building light tanks, we're not building medium tanks. And also, they've got some really nice bonuses, particularly this production efficiency cap for armor tanks. Crazy good. Like, plus 10% production efficiency cap, that's amazing. And then we could also get a minus 5% production output cost. Again, I usually like doing mediums, but in the case of the UK, where you start with lights, go ahead and do it. Plus, we're going to be playing early. Mediums are better if you're going longer on for the 1943 tech, but, it'll be... Hopefully it'll be all over but the shouting come 1942, at least in Europe. When it comes to Japan, don't think about it. And then we're going to grab interwar artillery so we can get improved small cannon, because I love doing improved small cannon. You like the manufactured trait MIO system? It's... that's a complicated question. Some of them I like... So, I like the... Like, something like this... I will say overall, I like the system. I do think it is a little rough with the political power investment. In particular, in mods, i.e. Kaiserreich, where political power is really hard to come by. I don't feel like the game's super balanced around keeping the industrial companies in mind. But overall, I do like them. I do think the political power change overall is good in the sense that it slows down your political power gain. So particularly in vanilla, it takes longer to run out things to spend political power on until you start being able to spend metals, and metals are basically a bottomless pit of political power now. My complaint around them is when you have ones that are like... Actually, I can click into it from here. Like this multi-role tactical aircraft. Like, I do not like these setups. Like, really the ship designers, actually. Ship designers are the most, like, egregious for me. So this one's pretty simple, actually. Let's see, battleship line designer. Task force. Yeah, kind of like when they have, like, this weird stuff. I don't know. Or like this one where it forces you, if you want to do either of these, you get fuel usage. I like when you have things like the motorized designer. So like the motorized designer, you could choose between reduced fuel usage or like more speed but less fuel usage. And I really wish you had choices like that. I don't like these ones where they sort of force a penalty. I don't mind if it's forcing a production cost penalty. I think forcing production cost or maybe like resource usage increase, I generally think that's relatively fine because it's like, yeah, you're making objectively better stuff, but it's more expensive. That's a trade that makes sense to make. When it comes to things like fuel, I mean, yeah, if you're playing late game, and I guess you've got tons and tons of fuel, but in my experience, I've always got fuel as a bottleneck for the most part. Um, that's just me. Let's see. I know I already did this, but I'm just going to check again. Yeah, we switched to civilian oversight. Cool, cool, cool. I really don't like that it starts you with military governor. We're not going to mess around with demanded Dutch trade. We're basically going to ignore the naval treaties. Ignore as in not... Oh, right. We have also our production, which is kind of a mess. They're going to come down here. We'll just finish up, like, all these ships, except I think there's a carrier that we're building, and we're just going to cancel that because there's no need for it. So we go ahead and max all of these out, and yeah, this carrier we're not going to build. We're 1942, yeah, forget. I mean, I guess if we put 5 dockyards on it, it would be done in October of 38, but again, I don't really care. Interwar airframes, basic medium airframes. Do we want to keep... What is the Blenheim design? Gross. That is very gross. I don't like that. Yeah. So once again, remember that when you're shuffling your equipment that's already got a production line, if you're shuffling factories around, they'll start with max production efficiency. So in my experience, I did start running low on support equipment and infantry equipment. So we're just going to build a little bit more of that to start, and then we'll work on just building like tons of light tanks. Really, like, honestly, with light tanks, we probably don't need more than 50 factories on light tanks. We need to build a good balance of... We'll want to build planes. We have the industry to be building planes and the resources for it, so we'll definitely want to be building planes. So yeah, so right, getting back to the infrastructure. It's basically like Midland, Lancashire, Yorkshire. We can go ahead and max out the infrastructure for them. And Sussex. My audio turned down really low. There we go. Gotta hear that tactile clicking sound. And that should be pretty good. Eventually we'll be able to build max infrastructure everywhere, but for what we're doing, it's fine to just have this for the time being. We have some pretty good generals in the United Kingdom, which is very nice. Montgomery having logistics wizard with 5 logistics skill, beautiful. I mean, look at the supply consumption on these boys. We're getting minus... What is that? Minus 45% supply consumption out of the gate. Beautiful. We'll just have these guys garrison here. We'll reorganize our colonial defenses. Again, we're going to focus on Europe, so we're not really going to worry about our agent holdings. Oh yeah, and always remember we're doing a debug smooth. Oh, and also you'll notice we don't have state transfer tool. State transfer tool has been updated. I didn't want to futz with it and risk having a bad time with it, so we're not playing with state transfer tool, but we are playing player-led peace conferences because that still worked. Oh, this always makes me sad. So we're going to just merge all these guys up. And then we'll let them reorg. And then we're going to pull them all to Europe and just have that going. I'm not going to worry about nation building. Political turmoil. Oh, yeah, because they have a contested... Boris's government change. Interesting. Alright, so we'll go ahead and let stuff run for a little bit here. Our troops move around. Ships move around. You can see our navies are moving around. Okay, so now that these guys have regrouped into singular task forces, we can grab them all and put them on. We can also go ahead and assign these guys to, like, home fleet. I know, exciting gameplay. Home fleet, home fleet, home fleet. Because if you don't do this, they'll just spawn as a task force, and then you have to mess with it then. Another thing, which we could go ahead and do. Shoot, it had to do with the ship production. Ah, yes, convoys. So we can go ahead and just throw some convoys on the market. If we throw, just say, 100 convoys on the market, put them at a low sell price, and some people are probably going to come in and put in orders for a couple convoys. We get a little bit more civilian production that way. Yep, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Yes, I would like to sell you things, Romania. South Africa as well. It's all fine. But yeah, and I'm just waiting for... So, like, you'll see that this is 13, this is 11. This means that there's, like, a detached force that's trying to get to group up with this task force. So we'll just wait. And there we go. There's also... Oh, yeah, and there's some minor equipment we'll want to produce as well. We'll want to produce some civilian trains. And I think we'll want to go ahead and produce a little bit of towed anti-air also. We're going to be using support artillery. We're not going to use mainline artillery, so I think 2 factories should be plenty of artillery for us. Same with 2 on AA. And we'll put 5 on support equipment, because that can become relevant. Oh yeah, we'll also get some trucks going. Get, say, 3 trucks for supply line motorization and whatnot. It's so nice having so many factories. But yeah, so we're going to do limited rearmament, and then we're gated by world tension or war support for a bunch of stuff, so we'll just do, like, reinforce the Empire and steady as she goes to move along with things. We'll wait for our divisions to regroup before we start messing around with them. Did this alert that we're missing equipment production for a bunch of things, which is fine. So we have all of these planes here. We are just going to train them and get a little bit of air XP. And once our fleet's fully regrouped, we'll start doing naval training. Wow. For like 3 seconds. And then, oh, there we go. King George V dies. May he rest in peace. So now we have Edward VIII, who, yeah, we're losing a little bit of stability from him. So, got that going for us. How are we doing with our occupied territories? Yeah, we're building compliance. And it doesn't look like we really have resistance anywhere. And we can't... Is the UK? You cannot... Yeah, you can't... France or the UK, you used to be able to just release nations. I don't know if you still can as France or not, but I think they got rid of that. But it used to be funny, particularly as France. You could release all your puppets and then get a ton... Like, they would all do the default focus tree, get tons of factories, which you could then siphon off of them by lowering their autonomy, and then you could be super powerful by the time Germany declared war on you. They'll do... Watch this. I'm going to make the UK's fuel stockpiles disappear. Yeah, we'll host Ethiopian exiles. And it's gone. Why do they decide to go to... Why don't you guys come to London? Or over by London? Might be complaining because they don't have a... yeah, they have very little fuel, so... there's that, but... I'm not really going to worry about investing in our overseas holdings for the time being. Yeah. Basically just building infrastructure and still waiting for our troops to move around, and then I'll change up their templates. We're going to run... we have this 18 with infantry division, which we will start with. And then the plan is basically just to build infantry space marines. Put priority, make sure garrisons have top priority. Then whenever our fuel stockpiles get high enough, we'll come in and can start training our ships for a little bit again. You get a little bit of naval XP here or there. How much air XP are we getting? 0.05. How much fuel is that using? 1,000 fuel a day? That is like half our total production, so I don't think it's really worth to be training these guys because we are just going to disband them. Because they're pretty crappy planes. I prefer not to waste pilots on them. We'll issue an objection. Yep, so the French do contend and limit response to diplomatic objections. So, yeah. Montreux Convention, just back Turkey, get some Navy XP. Which is fine. Remilitarization of the Rhineland. What do we want to do? So it's not worth it to do focuses for a 100% truck or 100% armor technology bonus. Just not really worth it. We're definitely going to want to do Shadow Scheme to get our extra research slot as soon as possible. But in the meantime, I think we want to go ahead and grab Steady as She Goes. Or we could get Reinforce the Empire. Can do that to get the research speed bonus, or because we're gated, this will get us, we have this minus 30% recruitable population modifier we'll want to get rid of. Oh, and this is the historical path home defense where you get debating intervention and all that fun stuff. But yeah. Oh, right, we do gain this 5% base war support, though, is important for upping our mobilization law, so we definitely want to do Steady as She Goes. We compromise on remilitarization of the Straits. That crisis can be concluded. We can go ahead and go up to early mobilization, but I think it's better for us to nab Philip Kerr to get extra political power, and then hopefully we can get our war support up high enough that we can do just jump straight to partial mobilization, which will be a huge buff for us. Because once we get to partial mobilization, then we'll start building some more factories. Because partial mobilization gets rid of the 30% civilian malice, and you get a plus 10% military bonus. And we'll still build a couple civilian factories initially. I think all our troops are in position, so we'll go ahead and switch these guys over to our 18 with infantry one, which will give us a sense of how badly our equipment stockpiles are going. Case in point. As the armor, we could go for the engines, but I think what we're going to want to do... let's see, we're about to get... how close are we on our production? Okay, we're 30 days away, so we'll hold off on that. Getting a construction bonus would be good. We will be constructing many things. Yeah, Institute Press censorship. Not going to want to do that. Actually, we could also say, well, we need the command power, but we could send an attaché to Spain, and that would give us the war support we need to go to partial mobilization as well. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and do home defense as opposed to global defense. We will want to get our chief of army, but we want to hold off. We want to save up our command power for getting attachés sent. And also, as we get our war support up, we'll get command power a lot more quickly, which makes it easier to send attachés, and attachés will also give us some army XP. Alright, we can go ahead, come in here, and queue up just the rest of the infrastructure. Part of the reason I'm more comfortable doing this also with the United Kingdom is just because we don't get any focuses that add infrastructure in our home states, really. All of these buffs are for, like, overseas, or they're just giving us factories here. So, we don't have to worry about losing out on some free infrastructure from our focuses, like we would in other circumstances. For artillery, I'm just going to go production efficiency gain. That's what I like to do. I guess we could also get more... Oh! Production efficiency cap? Yeah, definitely. Wait, these are both? Towed artillery. So these are... Okay, towed artillery and towed rocket artillery. Alright, cool. Plus 6% production efficiency cap. Hello, Jonas. Yeah, we're going historical per the request of a commenter. Well, I mean, in our Hearts of Iron 4 A to Z playthrough, right now we're doing historical paths for every country. So yeah, but we jumped ahead to the United Kingdom at the request of a commenter for historical paths. Which, speaking of which, I really don't think we need logistics companies. What do we have? I guess we could do range improvements. Not that I really use them. They'll be useful later on, I suppose, and they'll get us some level up towards our... Yeah, I mean, we'll start, because we're going to go multi-role tactical aircraft, because this buffs mediums. Because we're going to use mediums, because when we send our planes over to the Pacific, actually having range is going to be very useful for us. Oh, do we have more planes out? Oh, we do. I have no idea where those planes are, but they exist. Station on carriers. So I think these are both carrier planes, and then that's a tactical bomber. Yeah, we're just waiting for... Do you have any countries left in this series that got new content? Yeah, because I guess because Argentina, Chile, and Brazil were all earlier in the series, I had already done them, so yeah, it'll just be Paraguay and Uruguay. I mean, Peru has, Peru got, Peru has, like, a war they do with Ecuador, so Peru and Ecuador both do have new content. I think Colombia gets an event, so... Yeah. So while they don't have new focus trees, they still do have, like, events and things that happen. So it'll be somewhat more interesting than a default focus tree. I would go dispersed, because, again, if we're shuffling our production around, I like going dispersed. Come on, Spain, do something. Bolivian Socialist Revolution, 1936. So, yeah, even though they still have the default focus tree, they do have a event that fires. Brazil gets it technically starts with S now. Yeah, probably not gonna do. I'm not probably not gonna do like the repeats for that. I do plan on like if we get through the entire A to Z and people still want it. You know, I got other plans for A to Z's. We could do A to Z's for every ideology. For every country that can do every ideology. So certain countries are locked out. Like I don't think there's any real path for Germany to go. Well, can't. I have the obsolete branch system, but I don't think there's a path in the current German focus tree to go communist. Um, I don't know if America could go. I think with MacArthur, America could go non-aligned. Um, but we could do a path with that, or we could try a world conquest of everyone. Edward VIII abdication crisis. Yep, falls in love with the divorcee, who's also still married. Not change his mind. The king must abdicate. I think that's because we did steady as she goes. He's forced to abdicate, I believe. If we don't do steady as she goes, we get other options. Yep, Edward abdicates. Shows the love of duty, shows to abdicate. His younger brother Albert assumes the mantle as King George VI. So yeah, we get back to popular figurehead, and oh, so much stability. Although again, having that weekly change is still good, because that modifies our base value of stability. So, it's still good for us. I guess we don't care about Spain starting their war yet until we're at 50 command power and we can actually send an attaché. Again, we're gated out of all of these by world tension. Prepare for the inevitable would be good, but we're not going to build military factories yet, so we'll go ahead and just nab. Reinforce the empire. Yep, I mean, if people really want to see, like, the new content of countries that I've already done, you know, I also don't have to do A to Z games, you know, and, like, I'm not doing A to Zs for any mods, I just kind of do whatever. So I think what we want is we want to go ahead and nab the production efficiency caps here, which weirdly we have to get the medium bonus for, but we'll go ahead and do that, and we're going to just do light tanks. And then we'll queue up grabbing all of these other ones. Armor, speed versus breakthrough versus armor and defense. I think the extra armor is more... Well, breakthrough's also pretty good. I mean, our tanks are going to have a ton of breakthrough, so a plus 10% modifier is going to get us more overall breakthrough. So I think that does work out to be better than the armor option. Do I want to bite the bullet and go ahead and start doing these heavy MG researches? They just take so long to do, but that we can be able to make such good planes. And guess what? By 38 or so, we'd be able to start building these planes. Yeah, fine. We'll go ahead and just start. This one's 436. Is this also 437? Yeah, it's the same for both of them. So, and this drops it a little bit. But, like, I ran, like, light machine gun heavy fighters, and they're just not very... They're just not very good. Like, you just get so much more air attack with the heavy machine guns. And they're just much more effective overall. And again, we want to save up. I am resisting so much my desire to spend my political power, but we need to save it for sending that attaché. How are we doing on equipment deficits? Still waiting on more support equipment. Got our improved light tank chassis, but we have no army XP to actually design anything yet. There we go. Can I go ahead and send an attaché without improving relations? I might be able to. Come on. Aw, lame. Fine. At least they're democratic, so it's cheap to maintain that opinion bonus. Probably, what, 20 is the threshold? Yep. There you go. See, and that gives us 10% war support, which is massive. Also will give us some of their army XP, which is also nice. But now we'll be able to go to partial mobilization once we hit 150 political power. And then we'll switch to getting Philip Kerr. Oh, why do we get... So sometimes we get random political power buffs, and I'm not sure why. I don't know if it's something our allies are doing or what or like our subjects are doing. But sometimes we just get political power infusion. Policies. Oh. Wait, that's right, I completely forgot that this exists. I really don't care. We're not going to be building ships, so just do whatever. Let me actually check that for the tank one. What can we get? If we can get production efficiency cap, we probably want to do that. Vertical integration, production resource need, production resource penalty, reliability. Hardness plus 2%. Interesting. Production efficiency cap. Trains? What? Odd. Cutting corners, minus 10% production costs. Yeah, we'll want to do this assembly line operators one. I think adding the extra production efficiency cap is always very, very good. Alright, and now we can switch to partial mobilization, and we can start building some factories. So I'll go ahead and max out factories there. There, and there. And that should be good. If we just build a bunch of those civies, we'll be able to industrialize pretty quickly. And I think we will just go ahead and bite the bullet and again do survivability studies, because it'll make our planes a lot better. Yeah, so let's see, what else do we have? Oh, we can actually start doing Shadow Scheme. Alright, cool. Yeah, because now that we can do Shadow Scheme, we can get our extra research slot, which we really, really want. Having that extra research slot will help offset that we've got 2 research slots locked up for basically a year. And then next production political power thing we're going to do is Philip Kerr. Unfortunately, we might lose Baldwin before we have the political power for that, which, if that happens, oh well. It'll just cost us 15 more, but that's how it can be sometimes. And yeah, now we gain our command power a lot faster as well. We're not doing a whole lot. Do we have enough political... Alright, we probably have enough equipment we can afford to actually train our division some, and we'll go ahead and start just training up, like, stacks of 12 over time. Alright, we want to do Shadow Scheme. That also gets rid of our obsolete branches, so it makes our focus tree just a little bit easier to read. We'll go ahead and come in here and do Shadow Scheme. During Dutch, it's not worth it to do the Dutch negotiations. You spend a bunch of political power, and then you get however much political power I think both sides have invested. So if you just never invest, they don't get anything from you, so... And we're just boring, and we just build lots and lots of convoys as needed. Oh, hey, our fuel stockpiles are almost full, so we can have our fleet train for a little bit and make all our fuel disappear. And then you'll see we get technology sharing because we're in the Commonwealth, but everybody else is pretty slow research speed, so we're going to be ahead of all of our subjects' research for the most part. Go ahead and research more production efficiency because we want people to start getting up towards that. Ethiopia's capitulated to RIP. And also, if you're wondering why I'm not sending volunteers, it's because it can't. World tension has to be at least 50% for me to be able to send volunteers. Yeah, and it's not worth it for me to spend political power. We will get some ones once we're actually at war. We can spend command power to get some stuff, and that will actually be worth it whenever we have excess command power. Oh, and then we want to come in here. We can do naval reform and get even more naval XP. And we get an off-map civilian factory for free. Of course we will take that. Ethiopian donations. Interesting. Then we got Shadow Scheme. We'll do Industrial Effort. Saving up for Philip Kerr if we can get... I think we'll be able to get political power, maybe. Because when Baldwin resigns, we might be able to sit on that event. Whoop. Yeah, I just let them lift their restrictions. So yeah, there we go. Come in and get Philip Kerr. Again, we got another big political power jump, presumably from something our subjects did. Still no resistance in any of our territories, which is good. If we do local autonomy, I think you will end up with resistance, which is why I don't do local autonomy. At least not yet. Once we have, like, better garrison templates, then we can do local autonomy, but until then, I just like to get bad weather penalty and, like, instilled aggression. Not that that really matters, but it's just something to grab before you really start pushing your doctrines. Ethiopian exile leaders, sure. Give refuge German and Italian scientists. Yeah, it just, we have so much to spend political power on right now, so... But we will be planning on doing that once we have the political power. Just grab a couple of these ones. Not really worry about it. Oh, and then we have our infantry equipment. Yeah. Again, I like deduction, efficiency, gain. We have this unique one here for the Sten. We grab that as well. And I think it's worth it to grab the... Yes, do we care about the piercing on our infantry equipment? Because we're going to be putting... If we're going to be running Space Marines, we're going to get most of our piercing from our tanks. So probably the extra soft attack is actually better overall. I mean, infantry equipment has so little piercing that while that plus 25% modifier looks nice, it's really not that much. And then, again, we got extra building slots, which is how we're able to build even more civilian factories. We go ahead and just assign these guys to that order, and then they'll automatically get deployed in there. So you'll get Phil Kerr as an advisor, but I don't see him... His much more famous brother. Oh, no. Nice try. Brazil under state of emergency. Ah, yes. Don't worry, guys. Vargas is going to save Brazilian democracy. A troubling situation. Get our extra research slot. How close are we to getting our planes? Yeah, it'll be another 6 months or so. I'm very torn on whether or not it's worth it to switch to free trade. I don't think it's worth it because you end up sacrificing so much oil. And also, of the resources we're already exporting, it's not like we would get more exports. You do get 5% construction speed, like 5% research speed, and 5% factory and dockyard output, but I just don't think it's worth it overall. Go ahead, come in here. Army maneuver, I don't really see as worth it. If you were doing like a highly mobile army, but if we're running Space Marines, division speed doesn't make too much of a difference. So I think we're just going to go with something boring, i.e. division attack. Also, don't get anybody too crazy. I mean, War Industrialist maybe, but nobody else here is really good that we can get based on our ideology restrictions. Go ahead, get more construction. Denmark offers a trade proposal. This I don't like. It's you gain a 10% consumer goods factories factor malus for like just a teensy bit of supply gain, which I just don't see as being worth it. And that increased trade, I'm pretty sure, just ups that factor penalty, so I say no. Because again, that would increase this. We'd basically be losing a civilian factory or so with that malus. We almost have our fuel regained. There's our extra research slot. Oh, right, we should actually... Oh, well, first, we could do Relief Command, which gets us even more Army XP, so I always recommend doing that for an extra plus 25%. Also would have made getting this Chief of Army guy cheaper, but he also gives us a lot more Army XP, so it's like... Now we could come in and either grab the 6 free... I think we'll grab the 6 free military factories from here. And then we'll grab... this is a 7% research speed bonus, which is nice. And then there's also this 10% military factory construction speed. So... let's see... Alright, so we will design our new tank pretty soon here. We're also going to need to get our air XP so we could design our airplanes, which I lean towards air safety in general. Because when you're not taking actual combat losses, air accidents will actually be your main source of casualties. So that's kind of what I'm biased towards. Yeah, we'll go ahead and nab air safety, because I don't think we need to up our conscription law yet. And I want to definitely make sure we can design planes when we're able to. Honestly, I think it's worth it. Take the year ahead of time penalty to get an extra 10% production efficiency. Again, production efficiency is so good. So our factories have been moving around, so we're getting factories that are working on different things. I think we'll probably need 3 factories on AA since they have to catch up with the artillery. Alright, we should be able to design our new light tank. So we do, for the big turret, we do the improved small cannon. The big small cannon. The big small. Love a good UK game. Yeah, I still play the UK. No idea how navies work, but if we ever need to do navies, we'll just build naval bombers. I think playing these guys, we can actually afford, I think, to do welded armor. I made the tanks cheaper last time I played, but I don't think we really need to worry about that too much. We get fuel drums, so they have some extra fuel capacity, sloped armor for even more armor. And then I think we could just go ahead and throw in extra ammunition storage for a little bit more defense and a little bit more breakthrough. But it's too expensive. How much armor could we put on this guy also? That's a mighty tank right there. Alright, so 8 armor. Alright, that'll be a pretty good design once we have the army. Hello. We have the army XP. Also, our fuel reserves are full. We have our ships train again. Look at all that naval XP we're gaining. 1.5 a day. Yeah, all that other stuff, we're out of our bonuses. Do we want to go ahead? No, we'll get, with secret weapons, we get 2 electronics bonuses. With this plus 20%, it's worth it to go ahead and get this. And we got our other construction bonus. Do you want for armored skirts? Probably not. I don't think we need armored skirts. Let's just go ahead and get the infantry equipment stuff, because we will need the infantry equipment bonuses. I don't think for planes I really need anything. Yeah, these are too expensive to get ahead of time for right now, so let's just go ahead and up our infantry equipment. And watch all our political power drift away. Alright, Royal Ordnance Factories. Come down here, do the Tizard mission later. General Rearmament, World Tension's not high enough. Actually, let's wait, because I think, is Japan at war? Japan might do their war in a second here, which might put World Tension high enough that we can do General Rearmament. Stanley Baldwin resigns. Back at the age of 70. I mean, that's pretty old. So we will need to be careful, because when we lose our attaché, we will drop below 25% war support unless world tension's up high enough. We do need to be careful, because otherwise the public will demand we demobilize. So we just need to be cognizant of that. But it doesn't look like Japan's doing their war. I guess they wait a little bit longer. Well, that means we could do another focus. Actually, we might be off because we did a 35-day focus, so we might be out of sync. They might actually start their war 35 days from now. So I don't think we have a short focus we can do. Nope. We'll do... Let me go ahead and do prepare for the inevitable. We send an attaché to China, probably because, again, we probably aren't going to have enough war support without that. And also more army XP is always good. How much do we need? I think we needed, like, 40 should be enough to design our tank. I actually don't think, with all these civilian factories we're building and where we're at in the game, I don't think we're going to need that extra bit of... Like, we're building a good number of civilian factories, and we do need a lot of military factories. Yeah. There we go. That's probably fine. We could always build more civilian factories if we need to. So yeah, we don't really need to get a naval advisor for more naval XP. We will want to get a military theorist. I will be going mobile warfare as the UK, because since we're going to be relying on Space Marines, mobile warfare is just super strong early on, because you get that plus 15 leg infantry organization bonus, or all infantry organization bonus, which is just really good, because like other focuses, you're getting like 10 org, which is, by 15 is 50% more than 10. For naval XP, I also switched to base strike, and the reason for that is the naval targeting, which I'm pretty sure buffs regular naval bombers. We'll just go ahead and send an attaché. Now, the downside with the attaché is we'll get a ticking political power. Malice was Japan demands we recall our attachés. But whatever. Convoys, are we still selling? Oh, we only have 5 convoys available on the market. Let's add another 100 to the market. Like 200, why not? Yeah, I mean, China very much doesn't want them in China, so... Oh, we gotta design our tank. Improved light tank chassis. Improved small cannon, radio. Sloped armor, fuel drum. For the diesel engine. Throw in extra ammunition storage, because nicely extra ammunition storage doesn't actually cost you anything. There's production costs. It costs you reliability, but if you're above 100% reliability, who cares? I'm going to go 99.4. Barely adds any cost. Yeah, for 99.4, I think that's pretty solid. This will be an expensive tank, but it is a powerful and mighty tank. There's the war with China, so we're going to need to improve relations before they allow us to send an attaché, but that's fine. But with that, we will have tons of war support, which I forget. I think we're bottlenecked by world tension. Yeah, we're bottlenecked by world tension, not war support for that, but having higher war support's still nice. And it takes a while to buff our opinion because we hold their core provinces. I don't think we can return Hong Kong to them. We could, actually. Give it to communist China, that would be funny. Another fascist lapdog. Is he actually fascist? Non-aligned. Which could mean a lot of things. Urge Ethiopian infiltrators. What? Oh, to like try and flip them to democracy. Ah, okay. Oh, China actually improved relations with us. Interesting. But they won't accept an attaché from us. Right, it's going to cost 100 political power when we actually send our attaché, which we'll go ahead and do. Okay, now, so you don't get the double attaché bonus, but this should mean that if we lose it when Spain capitulates and we lose Spain, we'll get... we'll still get our bonus. We'll still have the 10% war support from the one in China, which will keep us above 25%, so we don't get a drop in a world tension. Okay, you only need 10% for limited conscription, which we'll also want to go up to. And then boom, we can do general rearmament. Let's go! Get minus 15% consumer goods factory factor, which again, our mobilization law says we need 20% of our total factories being used producing consumer goods, and then there's a multiplicative factor on top of that. Our stability being at 100% gets us minus 20%, so that minus 15% will be very nice. This and this. I basically only focus on buffing stuff that makes fighters more effective in general, for the most part. I mean, we're required to do this one. In theory, if you had enough dominant production, you could focus on getting more ground attack if you know you're going to have tons of fighters. But what was I going to say? Now you're going to have tons of fighters. Where was I going with that? Oh, right, because you're going to overwhelm the enemy with fighters, and then you want your close air support to have more ground attack, because then your bottleneck becomes how many close air support planes can actually participate in a given land combat, so buffing the individual planes is better. But in general, I find usually you're the one who's bottlenecked by fighters, especially since we're not going super hard on building fighters. So those are the issues for us. We'll go ahead and research these other tank bonuses because they don't have the ahead-of-time malice yet. This is a thing we're going to get where the Philippines are going to be canceling our sales contracts. We also want to go ahead and create our spy agency because we can get an intel advantage over Germany, and that'll make our troops more effective fighting Germany. It'll like modifies, I forget if it's like attack or breakthrough or something. Also, I will be right back. I've got to check my laundry. Alright, sorry about that. I am back. Just went ahead and grabbed a drink while I was up. Okay. So. Yep, just hit play. Maybe need a little bit more artillery. In general, I'd like to have 4. Yeah, I'd like to have about 100 divisions by the war start at least. So, and this will be a good approximation for how many, how much equipment, how much manpower that is. How much is... Oh yeah, our military theorist is actually cheaper. Shoot, let's go ahead and grab him, then. Because we'll want to start getting our doctrinal bonuses. Actually, we don't get... I don't think we get doctrinal bonuses. It's hilarious. Can you just go to war with Sweden at the start of the... No, you can't. Okay. Alright, so that was the other survivability thing I wanted, so we'll make a better medium airframe. So I just go tons of heavy fighters. I think we actually need to hold off ever so slightly on these because... Yeah, so we want this and self-sealing fuel tanks, which I think means... Yeah, if we just remove that, we're good. So we're sacrificing a little bit of air attack, but this keeps the plane a lot cheaper. I never realized how much heavy machine guns can drop agility also. But this keeps it pretty cheap, but we have a good amount of air defense, and still have a pretty good amount of air attack. I mean, this is more, because if you did light machine guns, you'd be getting 40 for the 4 slots, so we still have 54, so we're still getting a good amount. So we'll run this, and we'll put on our multi-role aircraft designer. What is that adding? Agility, a little bit extra agility. Cool. Whoops, whoop. I think I clicked the wrong thing. And we'll put like 10 factories on that before our tanks, just to get some plane production. And we'll worry about engine and stuff later when we're less ahead of time. Speaking of ahead of time, do I want MPs, logistics companies? We will need logistics companies if we decide we want to fight the Soviet Union. I could go for more fuel, actually. Fuel gain from oil plus 20% would be nice. That's a bottleneck when running Space Marines, is your divisions will use a surprising amount of fuel. But yeah, you can see we're getting a decent amount trickling in from our attaches, so that's cool. Now we'll go ahead and get some upgrades. We can go ahead and grab... I could go ahead and grab suicide pills, because then we have to do fewer operative extractions again. The operatives can gain 1 level of experience, which I just don't think is worth it, really trying to preserve them. I could do armor protection, that's pretty cheap to do. And again, researching those techs are good because they buff our... Chuking laundry. Whoops. Buffs our design company, which then buffs the tanks we build with said design company. So it's pretty nice. Portugal, yeah, sure. Keep giving me those ships. We'll hold off on grabbing any of these other guys for the time being. I think we want to get our conscription law up just so we have more manpower available. Because remember, just because you change conscription law doesn't mean you don't... Doesn't mean you instantaneously get the manpower. You have to mobilize, so we'll want to get that mobilization. Should not have accepted that because they're just going to cancel it, but whatever. And again, we don't need the Chief of Navy because we're getting tons of naval XP whenever we train our fleet, so... And this guy, Seducer, generally always good, reduced operative detection chance factor. And we'll just have him start building intel in Germany. Normally I only use spies for rooting out resistance, but it's whatever. We gotta grab commando training, interrogation techniques, and then we'll fill up these other intel ones, because I just like having the better range. France wants to join the Allies. How should we reply? Yeah, sure. Alright. We have France and the Allies now. You get naval rearmament for like a couple of... Like, all this stuff is just pretty... eh. Daily command power gain plus 10%. Free special forces. Special forces capacity multiplier. Navy stuff. Like, none of this stuff I really care about. None of this is really giving us, like, super good bonuses. And this is, like, fighters, but we're doing heavy fighters, so... I guess this one for the heavy fighter models would be good. That would make it cheaper to get the medium, the 1940 mediums. I think I would rather get... plus 7% research speed. We're actually getting to a point where we could use the extra... Yeah, we'll go ahead and try to get the bonus to start getting the 1940 airframe sooner. Like, 7% research speed would be nice, but it's not the biggest thing in the world. And we're going to be done producing civilians pretty soon. Well, civilian factories. We're always going to be producing civilians. We produce 150,000 civilians every month. It's our core pop. We have a core pop of 46 million and a non-core pop of 79 million. Cool. I mean, we sold a good number of convoys, so that's something. I guess we'll also want counterintelligence to capture the German spies that Germany sends our way. There's that. Yep, there's the Philippines canceling their order again. I don't know what's up with them, if it's something with, like, what the way their factories are set up, or what exactly the deal is there. So, yeah. So I guess we'll probably also want to do passive defense. Our attaches will be sent where we please. That's that. Political power loss we'll take just from, you know, attaches being recalled. We get our conscription law up soon. There we go. And then, let me go ahead and get... So, we're going to go ahead and switch to mobile warfare. And then we'll get maneuver warfare and... yeah, logisticals. What does Montgomery give us? Okay, so Montgomery actually has offensive doctrine. I might be tempted then to do... Does he get minus 10% org loss while moving? I might be tempted to do flexible organization then, because that means that would cumulatively be like a minus 60% org loss when moving. That could be pretty good. Like, coordination is also pretty good, but I think stacking all that org loss when moving could be very advantageous for us, especially if we decide to pivot to using trucks and tanks, which we might pivot to. I don't know. And if we do decide to pivot to that, then getting the extra division speed guy would be good. Problem with trucks is that, you know, spoiler alert, trucks don't fight well in mountains. Yeah, approve the sale of fighters. Bombers. Yeah, sure, fighters. I don't... So let's get that airframe one and the reduced doctrine cost. Speaking of reduced doctrine costs, we can get aircrew service for even cheaper air doctrine costs as well. Dutch East Indies, again, I don't think they have. Maybe it's because so many of their factories come from trade, and that's why it's weird. Like, they think they have civilian factories that they don't really have. That might be what's doing it. Alright, now we're going to start getting our military factories. This violates the Versailles Treaty. Yep. Japan abandons it. Slavia wants to buy some convoys, absolutely. At the end of the day, it doesn't cost us anything. Like, we get the equipment back if they abort their contract, so it's whatever. I like how, like, apparently North Korea bought, like, a bunch of Swedish cars one time and then just didn't pay Sweden, and it remains, like, the biggest, like, theft in history, I think, because it was, like, millions of dollars worth of cars that they just never paid for. Well, I read that, so maybe I just read, like, a headline one time that said that, so I could be completely wrong on that, but it makes for a good story. Do we want to go ahead, do engineers so I can build some flame tanks? Yeah. Actually, we're about to be able to research the 1940 airframe with that plus 100%, so let's see. It's 528 days. Let's see with the 100% bonus what it is. Our attaches will be somewhere we please, which surprisingly doesn't cost us political power, I don't think. Just costs us relations. Right, free research slot, because I'm waiting. $330. That's not too bad. Air production, yeah, again, fighters. What we're looking for. 100% for strategic bomber and tactical bomber bonuses. Interesting. Let's get the 7% research speed bonus, though. Oh, wait, shoot. I want to do issue gas masks. Well, that gives us war support stability. I guess we don't really need the war support yet, but I do want that for when world tension jumps. Yeah, let's go ahead and get this so I don't forget about it. At a certain point, you have to be like, yeah, it's more optimal to do things this way, but I'm also liable to completely forget to do something that could completely mess me up, so... Counterpoint. And I think we'll just get air support mission efficiency for continuous strike. In my experience with our fighters, we'll be able to pretty well get rid of the German Air Force, so... They'll be pretty set up on that front. And then we'll go ahead and nab our industrial concern here. Cannot reinstate them. Legitimacy, lobby for support. Yeah, so that's where they're spending, like, their political power. Working on stuff like that. Oh, shoot, our fuel's full. France is almost capable of assuming faction leadership. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. France, bet. You can just do this. Like, you'll just get the options, but you can just ignore it. What are we waiting for here? Artillery. Oh, wow, we have some really bad... Alright, we're having a real bad... Okay. We need to stop training because we're having problems getting enough artillery. 260 versus 213. Yeah, let's go ahead and get engineers so I can get flame tanks. Go ahead and start moving our troops into position. So for this guy, we just want somebody with pretty high defense. I think what I'll do is I'll actually send O'Connor. I guess I could send Harold Alexander. I'd rather use him now. We want to send a little bit of a lower tier general because, with more max entrenchment, actually, I'll pick Harry Wilson. Because what we'll do with this guy, so the front line in Italy, like, this part of the region has bad supply because where the supply hub is. So what you can just do instead, and what works for me, is you just defend this river right here. And then, they can't really do anything. Like, Italy's gonna have a real hard time breaking across that. And then we'll send some troops to help hold with Belgium, because we just know what's gonna happen. France is like, they'll come through Maginot, and I'm like, no, France, they won't. They'll try to go around it. Go and grab service overseas. They'll probably start getting these research speed bonuses, I think, for refuge to scientists. Unfortunately, if we do really well in the war, we're gonna lose those bonuses very quickly, but actually, I wonder. Maybe we won't. Maybe we won't. We'll see. Alright, fuel refining. We'll go ahead and just do dispersed industry. More building slots. Always good. What kind of bonuses do we have to construct? I mean, first of all, military factories are like 33% cheaper than civilian factories. And then also we get plus 10% from partial mobilization and another plus 10% from prepare for the inevitable. So you can build military factories pretty quickly. No, I don't want night mode on. Get passive defense. I know Germany's got spies operating on our territory, so. We will want to get the better engines, but... I'll get better construction speed. We'll get more military factories quicker. Do they not? I clicked. Weird. That's the demand Sudetenland. Alright, let's go ahead and give refuge to German scientists, get a little bit of research speed. Do you want to go ahead and do the Sten? I'm going to go ahead and do logistics. Let's go ahead and get war austerity trains, make trains cheaper. Why would we ever want to close the Burma Road? Will the Philippines be able to fill their convoy orders? Find out next time. They're not going to be able to do it, guys, I don't think. Alright, more doctrine, doctrine, doctrine. There we go, that plus 15 is huge for us. These divisions, actually interesting. I could promote this guy to a field marshal. Okay, that would be kind of funny to just promote the guy to a field marshal, but I'll take these divisions and just use them for... Come on, this field marshal. Use them for coastal defense. If they want to give me divisions, I'll take their divisions. Encourage colonial elites plus 7% research speed. Always nice. The Philippines could not, in fact, fulfill their convoy order. Yes, I may as well become spy master. Get some extra spies. Because France probably contributes a spy to us. Actually, might get 2 spies from that. Unit conference, the Czechs are on their own. send a special representative. Enemy agent turned. Yep. I think that was the Italian operative we just captured. Again, I prefer Seducer when they exist, but it does look like we have some. We also, though, have these German nationality bonuses, so they do a lot better in German territory. So we'll just take them from Yugoslavia. So we can just have him, I don't know, have him go in Berlin, I guess. Build an even broader intel network. How big is our tank designer? 3, okay. Or wait, level 2? Oh, size 2, I should say. And we have more, yep, to build more factories. You just go in periodically, you can like reorganize these guys in a little more optimal arrangement, because you want the factories, like the ones to get built as soon as possible. Because then they'll start getting production speed sooner. And Portugal really likes buying ships from us. And we have about a year for the war to prepare. Let's go ahead and get... I don't even know. Commonwealth ties, develop Australia. I mean, that would be good. They get more factories. We'll get some more dockyards, I suppose. Ooh, we get a seducer. Let's go. In terms of anything else, maybe we could go ahead and get... Go ahead and get an army regrouping expert would be pretty good. Oh wait, we give refuge to Italian scientists also. Yeah. Now let's look at our research speed bonus. 34%. Let's go. That's nice. Oh shoot, I didn't grab the spirits of the academy and stuff. I need to do that. Mod of Norway has died, unfortunate. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and take half of these divisions, split them off. Then what you do is you just take half, and in my experience, you only need like a few divisions. We could use some sort of lower tier guys. Preferably people with high supply because of the situation in Africa. But basically what I do is just put them in a field marshal. They get a bonus. You just put them here. Put another one, like... where's the supply hub? There's a supply hub. Okay, so that's the end of the supply for the most part. I'll try and defend all the way down there. I guess we can try to defend all the way down there, I suppose. Probably defend along the river, rather. Actually, get that, we can get that air base would be nice in case we want to deploy planes. Because I don't want to have a bunch of divisions trying to defend that entire thing. Yeah, it should work. It defends the naval base. And I think that should be enough divisions. Italy doesn't sound like a ton of divisions. The fact that those are, like, strong regular divisions, and he's probably going to send weird, like... Yeah, what's the word? Switch our garrisons to cavalry, because we'll use less manpower there. So this frees up, yeah, it frees up a little bit of manpower and equipment. Yeah, it was like 35k manpower we freed up. Okay, 261, that's worth it to try to invest in that. Radio propaganda we'll hold off on, because we want to stay, if you're sub 50%, you can do war propaganda, which is like, it's like improved work conditions, where it gets you ticking war support. But you can only do that if you're below 50% war supports, I think. Although we'll probably jump up super high when we get, because we're going to be in a defensive war. So it might be a moot point, but worth a shot. We'll go and grab army regrouping, because army regrouping is just good. Yeah, I mean, this gives a bunch of factory bonuses to our allies. We'll go ahead and get the air defense. Alright, 100% there. Oh, right, and I could also design a flame tank. Improved light tank chassis. And this one, I just build, like, the cheapest tank possible, basically. Like, there's no reason I'm really trying to get more stats out. I will, having said that, you can put fuel drums on, and then they add fuel to your, add fuel capacity to your, system, although that does double cost of the tank. I care that much about it. I mean, if I'm only running like 1 or 2 tank divisions, then I suppose the fuel capacity is worth it. Because if we switch this guy over to flame support, yeah, it tanks the armor, tanks the breakthrough, tanks the soft attack. Like, you're not really getting anything from this except, like, add some fuel capacity. Because we'll keep this on gasoline engine for a little bit of speed in case that matters. Yeah, but what do I want? LFT 36. Build like put 5 factories on that. Got guns. First, Malaya, you may want to have those divisions for yourself, but I mean, I'll take them off your hands if you don't want them. Oh, and then I do want to build a past experience. Just want to go ahead and throw a supply hub right there. It's a little bit better to build factories in places where you have multiple building slots, and the reason for that is because it'll roll over the production efficiency, so it can be ever so slightly more optimal. It's more relevant when you're building like fort levels, I think, because the fort level production is so small relatively. But it is just something to keep in mind. Heavy bomb locks really just aren't that good, in my opinion. Right, better artillery, yeah, sure. Can I put... No, I can't put anything in my divisions right now because we don't have any, army XP. I think it's worth it to buff Greece. In my experience, I was able, in my game, Greece didn't fall, so... It's only like a month. Month for 10%. Kind of whatever. We'll go and get logistics companies. Better to have logistics companies now than when I'm planning in the future. Yeah, sure, you can have whatever you want, Ethiopia. Dramatic Chilean earthquake, horrifying. Another batch of maps made obsolete. Alright, we need to get more divisions out, so we're going to up this to building like 24. Oh, we have our improved medium airframes. Cool. Fortunately, still bottlenecked by weight. I think we have to do probably three engine twos, and we're... I hate this, that it's at 32, which stops us from doing self-sealing fuel tanks, because that raises it to 33. How much longer till we have our engine? Another, like, 6 months. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get this plane, then. Increased air defense, increased agility over our previous variant. It's worth it. Not great needing the... Because if I go for 2 engines, you have 25. Well... Yeah, I'd have to remove that again, and then we're taking a pretty severe air attack malice. For this one, throwing on the light machine guns, it's 2 production costs to get 20% more light attack there, or air attack thereabouts. It's worth it. Go ahead and move our fleet down to Egypt. Oh, and we'll go ahead and guarantee Poland. Or wait, I guess we'll wait for Czechoslovakia to get annexed first. What else is good for us? Spend research on more research so we have more research. Alright. So we need to take our 18 with infantry, duplicate, or well, first what I want to do is see if we can just put AA in them. Do we have enough AA? Yep. So we'll just go ahead and throw AA in on those divisions. Hello, Mumupra. Doing our historical UK game, decided to jump ahead into A to Z at the request of a commenter. Let's do... you get coordination from radar, and you also get the improved radio, which you can put to make tanks better, so... Alright. Czechoslovakia's been annexed, we'll go ahead and guarantee Poland. Do logistics again. Go ahead and put these guys on fully motorized so you have a good idea of how many trucks that takes. Yeah, so Japan doesn't, relative strength in our opinion will have a fall. Maybe because we already have a negative opinion? Maybe. But I'm not really sure. We'll go ahead and get the infantry expert. I think we're going to end up with these guys mostly armor. Well, actually, that's not true because they might stay infantry divisions because we're probably only going to run 1 tank, so... Alright, so these are going to be our 18 with Space Marines. And then you could just reorganize them like this. Do this to free up a column, and then you put light tanks in. And then you're running... So these guys add that 30 armor. That's a pretty nice amount of armor. So go ahead and save that template. We'll start switching guys over. So these guys here, they're going to be on the front line. So they're kind of the top priority for switching these guys over. And yep, we can afford it. Another victim, Mussolini's ambitions. Also want to go ahead and start getting some planes in. So I'm going to get rid of, like, all these planes. I'm going to get rid of this, like, junk plane designs that we've got, because I'm not going to use them. Guess I could lend lease them, but... Who still needs close air support? What? Why does it still say I have a deficit of close air support? Just sold those planes on the market. Fair enough. I don't get why it's saying I have minus 96, though. What needs close air support? I don't know. I mean, we could sell some other stuff, I suppose. Like, go ahead and throw some trains. Like, we do not need this many trains, so we could go ahead and throw, like, 100 trains on the market. Throw, like... And these, like, old light tanks. Just put all of them on the market. UK sold opium. I mean, yeah, that's what the opium wars were. We'll see, though. I mean, I guess I don't think we would have gotten that much production from them, though, if we had sold them. But something's better than nothing, I suppose. We'll go ahead and get military police. Actually, we will need military police. They're a surprise tool that'll help us later. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to quick deploy all of these divisions so we can get them out. Because I think training time's starting to become our bottleneck. More divisions. We'll get Rishi. Guys, nope. Not what I wanted to do. I guess I could just create a front line with Belgium, but then the front line might get screwed up when they join our faction, so... Aw. Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is sometimes, you know. I feel that deep. I can relate to that. For these guys, do we have enough light tank? No, we do not. For our active light tank, so we'll go ahead and mark these guys, because these are our actual Space Marines. Let's go ahead and get these guys up to experienced. Actually, we'll want to go ahead and get these guys up to experienced also. Or the minimum trained. And we're going to want to stop our fleet from training. Italy joined the Axis. Okay, this is... So that was a weird thing in one of my games. Italy didn't join the Axis early on. Which was very odd to me. Could you please just go to the really big port instead? War Industrial. I guess I could have gotten War Industrialist. I mean, sure. More factories.
Ready.
Wait, don't I have these guys with a garrison order? What does it say they have no orders? Alright, those guys are trained. I think that's good enough. Yeah, people only seem to really want to buy convoys. You better put troops on the borders. It'll be fine. I guess, I don't know, Japan was very Like, in my previous test, Japan was very bad at doing naval invasions. But we'll see what happens. Get improved computing machine. How are we doing on... So we're producing... I think I'll be able to actually afford switching these guys over as well. How many more do I still have? Doing well, playing some historical United Kingdom. Let me switch. So I'm only going to keep half of these guys. Actually, no, I'd rather have, like... I have that guy doing something else. So we'll take Cunningham, use them here. Have them defend there. If Italy's in the war early, then I actually need my fleet to be set up doing strike force. And basically, naval invasions, very illegal for Italy to do. Oops. Yeah, I mean, I don't expect to. I mean, like, I did a game doing a test run of this, and, like, Japan didn't even manage to capitulate the Philippines in that run. And I was like, what? Although that run was super weird, because Italy didn't join the Axis till, like, 1941. It was bizarre. And maybe they patched the game some since then, but... I guess we'll just buff Australia, buff the Commonwealth. Go ahead and get more infantry equipment bonuses. Go ahead, quick deploy more divisions. I got 36 divisions. Okay, so I got 12 divisions there. I got 36 divisions here. I'll just split... Okay, what we're going to do is I'm just going to split these guys in half. I'm going to bank on 12 divisions being enough to defend the home islands, and we're just going to take the rest of these guys. Yeah. Actually, it makes my life a little bit easier if I put that guy there. Well, no, because I want these divisions... Nah, never mind. Because I want these divisions. Because I need the tank divisions at least spread uniformly across. I'm going to hold France? Yep, that's the plan. Unfortunately, I did not build as many light tanks. I opted for more expensive... Oh, jeez, we're out of manpower. I want, like, 12 more divisions, ideally. And then that should be enough. But yeah, we did this basically just historic UK for the most part. Like Czechoslovakia fell, Rhineland remilitarized, all that stuff. We can build our better plane now. So I can modify this guy. 2 engine 3 should be good enough, and then I can put heavy machine guns on. And then I don't really need... I could put... No, I can't afford armor plates. That's fine. There we go, and that plane is much, much cheaper. Oh, right, I didn't get our planes out to train. Oh, well. Cannot create air wing on... Oops. Okay, that's a little bit of a problem. Maybe I do need to cancel building these divisions. Going for cast. Nah, just heavy fighters right now for air support. Once we get a little bit more light tanks, which we're building a ton of light tanks, we'll get some more casts. But which actually I'm gonna put, in my experience, like 20 factories on heavy fighters, and we should be good. Oh yeah, it's about to get spicy here. Drop a save, but it should be fine. Sometimes, like, I think France is holding Maginot. Oh. Accidentally hit M, which hit all Allied troops. Declared war on Poland, called me into war. Yep, let's call everybody in. Call, 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 call. Now, the question is, do I actually want to try and push him at all? I don't think so, because it'll open too big of a front. Poland, C, Danzig. If you play with historical AI focuses on, they'll always, alright, I can invite them to the faction. Actually, I guess if I didn't invite Poland to the faction, it would be annexed by Germany. Interesting to think about. Oh, well. What was I gonna say? I guess I could send my planes to go contest in Poland proper for a little bit. Get a little bit of air XP doing that the old-fashioned way. They should be pretty decent. One of my agents captured. Fine, I'll try to rescue him. Rescue captured operative. Yeah, I mean, historical, for the most part, all the historical AI focuses stuff is hardwired. You can cause, sometimes with the historical AI focuses, you can influence the AI to make it impossible for them to go down their historical path, and then things can get a little ahistorical, at least early on, but, yeah, otherwise everything's basically hardwired. Big question is how well our fighters trade. There we go. And we got our Shadow Scheme factories. Oh yeah, we can now do this to get free army XP, basically, to spend some command power. I'm going to try to improve relations with Portugal. I think if you improve relations with Portugal to like 100, you can get them to join when you invoke the alliance. Gonna want more land doctrine and more naval doctrine, I guess. Wait, so Italy is in the Axis, but they're not accepting the call to arms yet, I suppose. Maybe they're scripted not to. Maybe that's what I was seeing. You know, it's the thought that counts. Okay, yeah, so we are trading like 2-1 with this. Oh, I guess actually the fighter disparity isn't that bad. But that's pretty good. Also, considering our air wings aren't trained yet. Yeah, I'm just surprised that I guess they have something scripted to prevent Italy from joining the war, or prevent Germany from calling them in. They're already in the Axis, so normal game-wise, Germany could send the invitation. Now, granted, they could also refuse for, like, strategic evaluation reasons. Which I've also seen happen. There's the fall of Warsaw. Where'd my planes go? I mean, I guess technically they haven't capitulated yet, but they're about to, so. I guess I know they're going to operate in the Benelux next, so I may as well send them there. Oh, we can get Scar back. Let's go. Ah, she doesn't get... Wait. Oh, no, it's Witold Pilecki. He has a scripted inmate 7893 or something. I forget what his codename is, but I think he always gets that inmate one. Yes, please get rid of my minus 30% conscription penalty. How are the losses going? I have lost 132. I've inflicted 6 casualties. That's not the best. Gotta do war bonds, so do you manage factory conversion? Sure. Weapons for the Polish resistance. Yes, for extra resistance growth. And don't really care about doing any. Quest control Polish Navy. They have like 2 ships, so you don't need that. How are we doing on light tanks? 797, I think that's enough to flip one of these guys over. Pretty close. Don't reject Soviet demands. And see, I don't know why we auto-get the Netherlands and Belgium. They just auto-join. I'm not sure why. Because I don't do anything. There are no focuses that say they'll automatically join, but they do. I guess it would have been nice if I could have pushed, but they might not have declared the war. Yep, Chamberlain resigns. We shall never surrender. I should really go for charismatic. Go to the Netherlands. We got 15 guns from them. Beautiful. Actually, I should go ahead and switch these guys, because these guys are actually going to have to hold. So let me switch those guys over to the Space Marine template also. Yeah, Belgium just auto-joins. Again, we don't want to move our troops in to chase them, because we don't want to give up all the entrenchment all our divisions have. So we just want to hold here while we can. So you declare war on Finland, RIP Finland. Alright, what do we got? More military factories. Is anybody surprised? Alright, let's let the front line stabilize some. Oh, wait, we got some exile divisions. I just throw these guys in there, and that's our garrison. Yes! 2 enemy divisions deal... so some of his divisions can pierce, actually, so we did... Wait. Yeah, so he can't pierce some of our Space Marines, but not all of them. So it's probably only his tank divisions that can actually pierce us. Nice. Yeah, he's gonna have a bad time. Doctrine! Buff our tanks even more. Yeah, I mean, for these guys, we have enough. Okay, so now what we can do is I can actually come in here. Well, I'll let Luxembourg fall, but then I'll reorganize the troops some. That Italy will join even if France doesn't fall, but... Alright, cool. So, what we're going to do is these guys have to hold there. And then what I can do is I can come in here. Things will be a little bit messy. But... Why they all decide to use just the exact same shade, I swear. I mean, there are other colors we could be using. So what we do is we could just draw a line here. And then Sedan, I think, is the most vulnerable one, usually. That's the one I see fall the most, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, because, like, that Plains province should be able to fall more easily, but... Whatever. Alright, does he have a lot of planes operating in there? No, it's our planes, but our planes are shredding him. Like, look at that. 27 to 153, so we'll just keep our planes operating there. Luxembourg held as usual. We can take care of the matters when the war is over. Again, we're already at 100% stability. Just hold elections as usual. Because we'll take a ruling party stability malice if we give that up, so... Grab like half of these guys and just move them in there, because it looks like that's where he's doing some super heavy fighting. Is it down where the Germans broke through historically? I don't know, actually. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, that would be kind of a... like transportation project in the United States had a very questionable reason for the sake of being nothing. It basically ended up being canceled. I do know in the state of Florida they were supposed to do an evaluation for a high-speed rail network, and they did the evaluation, and they decided not to do it. But I don't know if that's what you're looking for or asking about. Let's see that casualty ratio, 87k to 9k, 10 to 1 casualty ratio, baby. Oh, was one of the guys who broke through there? Yeah, I mean, I know they broke through in that general area, but I just don't know the details, really. Actually, if we could speedrun capitulating Germany before Italy gets in, that would make things a lot easier. The problem is pushing through him, which it would sacrifice a lot of tanks. Not very keen on doing. Even have his support planes operate. I mean, if he's got his support planes operating, they're going to get shot down by our AA, so... Actually, how many heavy fires do I have? I don't know, 38. How many divisions does this work? How many men does this work out to be that I've got on the front line? Does it not show the manpower usage here? So 10,000, so that's what? 48 plus 36. 84 divisions? So... 840,000 manpower? Yeah, that would explain why France is holding. North Germany bypassed. Gee, I wonder why. Can develop New Zealand, and let me get... I want another... 12 Space Marine divisions just so I can fill these out to be 24 stacks. Some sort of reason. Anyway, I mean, it's something so small, so efficient, yet so expensive to bring nothing to the table. I mean, I think that's a lot of monorail projects, honestly. Like, outside of monorails used at airports, I think most, like, urban monorails are mostly vanity projects that don't make a whole lot of sense. But I'm also not a transportation expert, so if somebody wants to come after me, they're welcome to on that. I don't... Empire of the upper right was listed about 40... Yeah, but not in the... Like, it's not listed here. Oh, wait, I see what you mean. It's up here in equipment fulfilled, I see. If that's what you're referring to. Although that only gives like 9k, it doesn't give the 9,400. But I guess that's the current state of manpower in the division based on its strength. Okay, he's trying to send his planes in here. Well, if I send like one air wing in here. Like, what are support planes even doing? Get that intel growth. So the US is that so far, so cost effective. Or so compact, it's better for rail. See, I don't really, I mean, I think what the US has is it gets into the problem of, like, states, but I think you can absolutely get rail to work. I mean, rail is still very important for freight in the United States. Because of how big it is. Like, it's just much more efficient to ship stuff via rail than it is to, you know, do, like, send a semi-truck across the United States. Now, for passenger stuff, you get into the stuff where, like, is flying better, but France wants to help in our war efforts against Norway. Sure. Why did Norway, again, did I invite Norway to the Allies? I hope you get the upgraded AA. Did we ever get our tank designer up to size 5? Oh, we did. Current size more than 5. Then say current size needs to be 6. More than 5. More than 5, I think it's 5. I'm like, oh boy, I can do the thing. Nope, gotta be more than 5. Ugh. What? Are we... Is this a separate war? I guess this is a thing where, like, the wars are separate, but... Anyways, what's our casualty ratio? So 30k, we've inflicted 260k, so that's like 9-to-1 casualty ratio. Basically, I mean, there's no reason for me to really do anything, just let the Germans tire themselves out. Build a line of cheap level 1 forts. Fun fact. You cannot build forts in your allies' territory. You can build forts in your puppets' territory, but you cannot build forts in your allies' territory. Why you can't do that, I don't know, but the game won't let you do it. You can build air bases, though. Build air bases, radar, AA, although the radar does use their radar technology, which I guess I might build some radar here, because that might help us in the Benelux. But, yeah, and you can build infrastructure, but no forts. They're being bombed by who? It's not that bad. I have maxed out AA here, so... Yeah, he's lost 72 bombers shot down by AA. Hurts him more than it does. Because if I put planes up to contest, he'll stop sending bombers over there. So, honestly, just let him go and get shot down by the AA, because I don't think the AI does a very good job of avoiding static AA. I'm just going to go ahead and quick deploy these divisions. And we also did dispersed industry, so our bomb vulnerability is pretty low. Do I have enough lights to switch? It's probably close enough. We'll build the tanks. Oh, right, yeah, I forgot. I always forget that. Ooh, wait, I could do total mobilization, couldn't I? Because I could do women in the workforce, right? I would need more political power to do that. We're visible to your airplanes, and advantage of your airplanes more numerous and better. We're not more numerous, but we are better. We're at limited conscription. I wonder how the two factors would compete with one another. Yeah, I think we actually need to go to... Yeah, let's go ahead and do total mobilization. It'll probably be fine. Actually, one of the things I could do as an exploit for this is I could just tie up all my manpower, and then they can't take it away. And now I could farm out Lend-Lease from my allies. What do we need? What do we need? We'll go more production efficiency. Why not? More building slots. We could use more building slots. You need a better manpower a lot. It'll be fine. I mean, if we do, once I have 100 political power, I can just do, women in the workforce, and that'll fix our manpower problems. I just need to not spend my political power on anything else. Oh yeah, I know, but women in the workforce will offset that. It's just, I did that before. Yes, we have no bananas. While our severe ice grower does not extend to fresh fruit, the shadow of war means that we are lacking most of our capacity for import. Many former countries from the tropics are therefore now unattainable luxuries, including such as lemons and bananas. Urge of string beans and onions, cabbages and scallions, and all kinds of fruit, but the British spirit keeps up. I just wanted a banana. I don't remember getting that. Maybe that's what but the Danish produce wouldn't help because Denmark gets annexed. Or puppeted. Yeah, German protectorate. We'll sit with no focus so we get our, Quality of private corporation, which the government agreed to do most of the stuff because government wouldn't want to spend single money on it. Ah, yep. This fait accompli is nothing we can do. Yeah, Denmark joins us as an ally, so who cares? But that costs us political power. How much is this going to demobilize us to? Right. I deliberately don't have a focus currently. I have to fight my instincts. More factories. Yeah. Alright, what do we got? We got 50 factories on light tanks. That is plenty. So at this point, we can go ahead and make some close air support. What do I get? 34. 38's enough, and then we just slap on some non-strategic material usage, and then we are good to go. Just put like 20 factories on that, and awesome. And we'll have to start importing a little bit of aluminum now. Come on, women in the workforce. Stains wouldn't have helped with bananas anyway. That's true. What do I want to research? I guess the artillery, the upgraded artillery one's pretty cheap, and you get some pretty nice bang for the buck for that. Armor planes have a lot of carrying capacity. Yes, but they're expensive, and I need more planes. I need so many planes. Linguist. Pollution operate. Problem, I don't do operations. I guess infiltration effectiveness. Foreign powers have a foothold in the country. Can I get more? I already have max passive defense, so we'll just do economy law. And I'm still saving up. Almost have women in the workforce. There we go. There we go, we fixed it. Now I can just cancel all those divisions, and boom, we have all our manpower again. So let's go. Hey, Akash, I think you were the one who requested this. So, yep, we're doing the historical UK, and we are holding France pretty well so far. Emergency factory. I would be so sad. We like reload a save at that point. Oh yeah, let's go. That's like a 12-to-1 casualty ratio. 53,000 to 680,000 casualties inflicted. Just monstrous. You go ahead and build a, get a line prepared. The Beaufort's cast. Beaufort. Honestly, I'll go ahead and take like 10 factories off of light tanks and move them over to that. The one little cast plane. And then I need to import aluminum. Which we can import aluminum from British Malaya for the time being. Alright, yeah, we're getting a little bit of damage done to them. How are we doing on Mulchinus fighters? Not too bad. 3-to-1 casualty ratio, not too bad. We're always just upgrading our planes even more. Did you just actually just go to help out? I do not. I'm not spending 200 political power. I'm sorry. Grab like half of these guys, because he can only attack from like one direction. So we can move a bunch of people off. More upgrades. Aw, that plus 10 infantry org, that's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably build naval bombers one day. Sure, we'll keep giving them their charter. But oh, look at that, with 10% of factories. We need so few factories. We're looking at casualties, 62k to 900,000. That's a 15-to-1 casualty ratio right there. And look at that equipment. That equipment, they are not doing well. Got an intel advantage, because they're taking... Yeah, so we have the... it's only plus 2% for intel advantage, but still, it's something. I mean, these divisions are looking pretty rough. These guys, I never switched over to the Space Marine template. Oh yeah, and I could probably get... they're working on infantry leader. Infantry expert where I can. Getting some damage out. Look, I'm assuming we're all getting shot down by AA. Yeah. As long as we get shot down by AA and not air battle. Has France finished his disjoint government yet? How is China doing? All good questions. Nope, they still got strength in government, so not close on that. And China's not doing too bad, honestly. I mean, they're about to lose Nanjing, so not great. Also, I don't know if I've seen Japan break through, but I think they'll be okay. I mean, I regularly see Japan succeed in Japan succeed in capitulating China. Called Hungarian. See, I can wait until he declares war on the Soviet Union, because then he thins out his front lines enough, but I kind of want the challenge of breaking him sooner. But I'd like to get rid of more of his Air Force first. Those are up saves. We'll start just trying to probe him. 8 times fast semi-journals. Yeah, I mean, we're getting a lot. If I could get more tanks... Oh, yeah, we could probably put flame tanks in our divisions also. How much fuel... Can I see fuel capacity on here? Yeah, so we've got 146 fuel capacity. If I throw a light flame tank on... Wow. So putting all those fuel capacity on really does pay off. Yeah, I don't really gain too much from doing this, but I get the terrain bonuses, and we actually gain a little bit of average reliability. I mean, yeah, he's taken over 1.1 million catches. I mean, he's still got tons of manpower, although he already has had to go to service by requirement. Whereas we haven't even gone to extensive yet, although we will need to. I would like to upgrade some of our divisions. This is where yeah, I mean, this would be, like, insane. Back to a swift victory, I repeat. Yeah, I mean, this is just devastating for him. So, alright, I can attack that one from 3 directions. Let's try it. I won't move my close air support, though. Let's see what we can do. Pretty good attack, more attack. Pretty good amount of breakthrough, honestly. Yeah, we start pushing. Ideally, I'd capitulate him before Japan declares war on us in, like, middle of 41. How realistic that is, I don't know, but we can try. Doesn't cost anything to dream, after all. Except maybe a lot of people's lives. Well, this will start damaging our casualty ratio at the end of the day, but whatever. Oh, hey, Italy joined. Let our troops reorganize some. Yep. This shot might be a good place to challenge German Air Force. I mean, he only has 72 planes operating there, so... Like, most of his Air Force... I spend so much time trying to chase down where the AI has their Air Force operating. I'm just like... If I know where they got their planes, I'm just gonna fight there. Speaking of which, did I manage to get... Nope, still can't get ahead on heavy fighter production, unfortunately. Ooh, did I spook him with pushing on him? He's not attacking. Well, let's try again. So, I do have the option of trying to put... Well, I could research mechanized and then try to invest in mechanized. Actually, I do need naval bombers. I could actually put rocket artillery to actually get us a good amount of soft attack. So let me prioritize rocket artillery. I should probably drop, like... How much AA do I have? 0.8k. 2.1k. Yeah, we can drop. Do they need more fighters? We're getting to the point where we should be crossing over and getting him. Yeah, the design a naval bomber. Oh, wait. Oh, right, you have to put tactical bombers on, and then you can put torpedo mountings on, which I need to get the upgraded torpedoes, but whatever. 28. Put on non-strategic material usage, and we can put on extra fuel tanks. Put on another extra fuel tanks, I think. That's the naval bomber variant. Yeah, that looks fine. Put like 20 factories on that. Go for air attack, because I think that's the best out of all of these. Whoops. Now that'll really matter because we're building our own fighters, but it could be useful if we get into a situation where we don't have air superiority, or we fight somebody with an absolutely horrendous air force. Horrendous as in, like, large and bad for us. Not horrendous as in, like, an actually bad air force. Some of his divisions can still pierce us, it looks like. Man, I don't even know what to build. I mean, I guess we could build more, AA. Or radar. Shoot. He's actually pushing us back. Hold long enough for us to reinforce. Please, please, please. Come on, reinforce. Reinforce, please. Yes. Nice. Keep doing war bonds. I would try heavy machine guns instead of a medium bomb bay and slot one for better air attack. Well, you can't. Oh, right, because you can put the fighter in and then it'll be considered a heavy fighter, not a, Does that give you any naval attack? Nah, it just buffs you a little bit on port strike. I like having them considered naval bombers, though. Finalization official vote count in the U.S. Recapitulation. I mean, basically, people just report it. I mean, like, states have to report who won each... Well, in the presidential election, states have to report who won each state, and then the actual presidential electors get chosen, and then the electors meet and, like, all cast their votes for who they're voting for as president as electors, and then Congress has to certify that election result. I mean, see, I don't really like doing, like, putting machine guns on, because I just focus on having really good fighters, and then you just use the fighters to delete the enemy air force, and then once the enemy has no air force, you deploy your naval bombers and your close air support, and you don't have to worry about them having to contest the opponent. Because you have enough industry, at least, you can design really, really good fighters that, do pretty well. They'll only be shot down by AA. In case in point, I wonder how many fighters. I mean, I think we're dealing with the Italian Air Force now, somewhat. I have to put some more fighters, actually, on the... Like another 30, and we need fewer light tanks, so I can go ahead and move that around. Now, go ahead and start importing from France a little bit. Shoot, gotta do that, because when multiple combat penalty sucks. Oh yeah, his divisions are starting to have a hard time piercing us, even his tank divisions, which is good. I mean, he probably has no tanks in that division. Have we gotten our tank up to 7? Oh yeah, we have. Alright. Policy time. Reduction efficiency cap. I think that's what we want. Yeah. Nice. No term for vote counting in the US. I mean, there's, like, vote certification. But that's about it. Swiss Confederation. I want the minus... I want the minus... Honestly, because we're down to 10%, I think we maybe want the, maybe we want the production efficiency cap instead, actually. Yeah, plus 10%, yeah. I really got nothing else to build, honestly. I can build some AA, I suppose, so France... no, you can't build AA in your allies' territory? Really? Well, that's annoying. The large amount of air attack on a medium airframe torpedo bomber design is useful then? I'll be fine. Do I want to just build radar? What? I could go and build air bases in anticipation of problems. I guess, yeah, I'm building some air bases here. Build AA. I mean, Japan isn't really going to send strat bombers out against us, so AA doesn't really do anything. Like, that's the annoying thing is that... Well, I guess static AA also helps with logistic strikes, but I don't think Japan will really be doing logistic strikes. I just wish I could get ahead on... Oh, hey, I'm getting a little bit ahead on heavy fighters. Yeah, I mean, it's just counting... well, tallying, I think, is one that they use. This is a unique opportunity. Sure, I don't care about the territory we're occupying. So I have some extra ships then, which I can just merge that fleet and put it in there. We're still holding, yep. Oh. Sure, we can keep buffing Greece. Alright, we'll stop that attack there, because we're not really making any headway. What's our casualty ratio? 81k to 1.2 million. Pretty good. Yep, maybe I could push there. That's not that many. Or we could try to liberate Luxembourg, I suppose. I really prefer to have air superiority. Yeah, I guess I could throw... we'll try it. So, first of all, I want to split these guys in half so we have more planes fielded. How many tactical bombers? Okay, I don't have that many. So, we're gonna do... Hope these don't mix and match our air wings. But they might. Yeah, they might mix and match our Beauforts. Well, for the southern part, so Japan conquers, Japan will be weak in land-based airplane use. Yeah, I'm not too worried about their land-based airplane usage. Alright, let's see what we can do with our... If we got CAS operating in the area, we could try and liberate Luxembourg. More doctrines. How many tanks do I have? Ooh. Okay, I'll let this combat finish, but I think we could start upgrading our Space Marines to have more tanks in them. Although that will switch them over to armor divisions, which less good, because we won't get all our infantry bonuses, but still. Ah, man, he's the one who's net doing organization damage to us. Unfortunate. Oh, wow. We're losing a good number in air battle, so never mind. Alright, we can stop that attack. Alright, so if I want to switch these guys over to having one more medium in them. 8,000 light tanks. It's fine. Look at all that extra breakthrough. Let's go. Oh yeah, how are we doing on rocket artillery also? Or do I want logistics companies instead? Rocket artillery adds 15 soft attack. Versus logistics companies would just really get rid of our supply usage. Yeah, I'd rather have the low supply usage. How long usually for the final result to come out? It depends on how close the election is. Different states count at different speeds. It also really depends on the number of, like, the amount of mail-in voting. So, like, in 2020, there was a ton of mail-in voting. So some states just weren't equipped to handle that very well. So yeah, but like certain states are different. Like Alaska can take like 3 weeks to get the election results, whereas like Florida will like sometimes Florida by the like minute polls close in the state, like they'll have the result like 30 minutes or something. It also depends on what the margins are. If the margins are really like close, then it takes a lot longer. Whereas like, if the to actually finish counting all the votes, it might take, a week or so. But if it, like, somebody's clearly won by, like, 10% or more, then they can go ahead and say, oh, so-and-so has won the state, or call it, I suppose. Which is technically different from the final result. Yeah, I mean, it all depends on margins and how quickly things get called, because again, it's state by state, so like sometimes, depending on how the margin comes down, it could come down to Alaska. And if it comes down to Alaska, you could potentially be waiting a long while to find out. Yeah, we don't take that long for the most part, fortunately. I have some friends that are, like, really into following elections, and it would not be good for their health if it took, like, a month for the results to become known. Oh, right, I can get better torpedoes. More fuel would be nice, I suppose. I'll get 1941 light tanks, why not? Not really. I'm not seeing any more traits that we have. Alright, let's see. There's more stuff to build. Oh, shoot, we can... Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All the factories. Oh, yeah, let's go ahead and get mechanized. Alright, let's take another crack at trying to knock this guy out here. Because we have a lot more breakthrough now with the extra tanks. More hardness. See no need to care. This actually, I think, keeps Yugoslavia out of the war. At least it did, like, one time. My last game I did trying this out. We have to cancel so that we can actually fight off the, that, so we don't get the multiple combat penalty. What's our casualty ratio? Still like 1.2 million, so we still got like a 12-to-1 casualty ratio. Guess I'll do like weapons for their resistances. I may as well do those training exercises whenever I have the... Yeah, I guess just having these guys attacking so that they're opening up the combat with is pretty good. Yeah, how many more fighters does he have? Alright, he's still losing more and more fighters. Do I have more fighters in reserve? A little bit. Oh, they increase armor by about 10 as well. Well, they're light tanks, not medium tanks, but yes. I guess we could see. Like, if I were to replace these guys, like, if I were to remove them. Actually, they're only adding, like, 3 armor. The problem is he just keeps moving more and more divisions in. Oh, but shoot, we're getting air superiority. Let's go. Can I set air wings to only use a certain type of equipment? Select equipment tag? No. Unfortunate, because they're probably going to start filling these guys with my naval bomber ones. Which would be annoying. Yeah, sure, Greece. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I like to see. The Sofar tribe. Yeah, it seems difficult counting, like... Well, at the end of the day, I mean, like, the closest correlation in, like, the U.S. is, Alaska, basically. Ah, see, now he's the one taking the supply penalties. Look at all that damage. That's what we like to see. Like, those poor divisions, when there's only one division that's in the fight, that is really, really bad for them. And we'll lose some support in air battle. Ah, he brought his planes back. Alright, never mind. We're gonna close our support back over here. Well, we got our land doctrine finished. And I guess we have our air doctrine finished because we don't have the pop-up for that. Fortunately, it's not really an easy way for me to go about trying to get any encirclements here. But when you have CAS being deployed, is it more important to have them in the region containing the province you're attacking? The province you're attacking. So the province that's being attacked is where combat is occurring, and that's what determines the air region that CAS can come in to operate. So, like, when he was attacking us here, from the Benelux into northern France, we want our CAS in northern France to operate. And then you can see this if you look, like, well, he'd have to attack us to get a... Tribal chief chooses a vote for their tribe. The 20 eligible members of the tribe. The chief chose... Interesting. Yeah, that would not fly in the... Well, it would fly in the United States, although technically we have, like, the elector system. So, that is not that different from how I guess it actually sort of works in the United States to an extent for presidential elections. Oh, that's a lot of factories we have. Also, I need more fighters. Alright, here we go. So you can see all these bubbles indicate that our planes are coming in from this region. Because I think this indicates that our planes can't come in there. Or maybe that just means we have red air superiority. But either way, we can click in here and we should have... Yeah, this is our CAS coming in, doing damage. What do I even do? Just max out infrastructure in the British Raj. I mean, this will reduce their autonomy. So. And then we're holding that river on France, which Germany and Italy are going to have a hard time crossing that. I did a lot better of a job knocking out their Air Force sooner. Although I guess we're also pretty early on in early 1941. Absolute naive rural and more absolute wilderness far tribes that usually only the chief would understand. I see what you mean. Yeah, sure, we can get the upgraded radar. Get secret weapons. Well, all those radar technology bonuses are kind of worthless for us now. I guess we could go ahead and pick Indian autonomy. I'm building a bunch of stuff in India's territory, which is going to reduce their autonomy, so... Yeah. Oh, just need to shoot down enough planes that we can have air superiority, and then I can send my CAS in. Oh, we can make a better light tank now. Nope, did not need that much aluminum. I guess we'll go ahead and get these bonuses. Not that I think it'll particularly matter for us, but I'll get those 2 upgrades, and then we can make our new tank. More heavy fighters. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine why it'd be difficult to get news and infrastructure and vote counts and ballots out there. Good luck, Greece. Let's see. Did Germany just build a lot more planes this time? And they're running out of planes. I mean, this looks like to be about their entire air force at this point. So a little bit longer, like another month or so, and they should be in a very bad position, because as we get numerical superiority against them, the casualty ratio is just going to get worse and worse for them, especially also as we're getting, as our air wings are also leveling up. Like, yeah, those 4-to-1 plane casualty ratios are not sustainable for them. They're plenty sustainable for us. They can't get... I have all my troops waiting on the river. So, he has a problem, especially because he didn't get this province, so he doesn't really have... He's got a supply reaching from Torino. I mean, I guess he's got supply from that naval base also. But we have all our tanks waiting, and he's, like, getting across this major river is going to be real difficult for him, especially since a lot of these are, like, mountains. Like, I think the easiest place are these plains up here. There's one plain province. Keep doing these joint training exercises, even though I really don't need that much more XP anymore. Ready to retake. Form a populist or attempt to do so, this will be Ethiopia can call us. Okay. Sounds cool. More fuel gain? I'll get better sterling. Alright. I think once he's probably like sub 1,000 planes, I'm willing to take the pain on sending our close air support in. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is also, I think once you've destroyed enough of his planes, you get to the point where he's starting to... Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember you talking about that movement. Could go ahead and get amphibious tanks, I suppose. It unlocks the amphibious drive tech, I think, which is interesting. Now that we're probably not going to use it, but go ahead and have it. Actually, speaking of things we're probably not going to use, though, I'll go ahead and research Amtraks. Research Amtraks before researching Marines. I mean, what do I even have to invest in at this point? Oh, right, the Alliance. Yay, we got Portugal in. Alright, well, that was something to spend political power on. Alright, this is probably enough. We could start sending our bombers in. Alright, let's see what we can do. Yeah, see, still, as long as the AA versus air battle is pretty even, then I'm, well, more okay with that. Nice. Pushed pretty well. Bombers can't fly unless they have to... Oh, what happened to... What? What? What's our Navy... Oh. There we go. I guess our Navy actually got drug into a strike force engagement. Oh, nope, now they're sitting again. Also, turn automatic split on. There we go. That's something I forgot to do, is enable automatic split. I should have done that sooner, but... Oh well, alright. We should be able to push pretty well at this point, I think. Now that we're getting our close air support coming in. Might be able to encircle these guys here, potentially. Oh, beautiful. So hold on, let's take a little peek here. 1.7 million casualties we've inflicted, 1.95 total. .08, so about 130,000. Up, and we're full on fuel, so stop importing. Would be seen as more effective than Germany. I mean, at the rate things are going, they will be the ones standing after Germany. I mean, they've taken fewer casualties for what it's worth. Now, the question is, can I get away with pinning him here and potentially getting a bigger encirclement, like looping across here? Potentially. potentially. Risky because we run out of fuel as we push. Well, I guess I could take Brussels, and that would give us better supply for doing this, but then we're only encircling like 3 provinces or so. But whatever. Yeah, we just don't have the supply. Is he last standing? Why is he taking so much strength damage relative to organization damage? Maybe he was last standing and now he's not. Did our Navy start moving? Yep. Yeah. What do I want at this point? Just more close air support? Oh yeah, I did want to make... Wait, did we get... Okay, we got all the techs we wanted for our upgraded light tanks a while ago. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm not going to bother making a better... light flame tank, though. Sloped armor. Fuel drum. Welded armor. Eh. 99% is pretty good. Increase national fuel reserves. I mean, I don't... It gives you... National fuel reserves give you a little bit of a buffer, but, I mean... Well, first of all, there's a problem with that. In that we have no building slots. So I don't really think it's worth it to sacrifice a factory. Like, instead of building a fuel storage facility, you could just have the civilians for importing oil when you need it. But it is annoying just having it slam back and forth. I guess we do have mechanized we could build. We could start mechanizing our divisions. So I guess I could put that down here. And our tank design company is fully upgraded. Attachés will be sent where we please in. Yeah, we basically ruined his Air Force. Yeah, he's got a couple hundred planes total. Air Force eliminated. Which also means, can I get... Okay, so the question is, will these guys cooperate if I make... Oh, cool. Yeah, specialized air wing. Yeah, only plane models already in the air wing are allowed to reinforce. Let's go. Let me do that. Can I do that for all of these guys? Yes. Specialized air wing. Cool. Yeah, we'll start sending some enemy ships. Not quite because of the connection here. Because these provinces are connected, so I have to push to... My goal is to try to push to Breda, and then, either... I guess we take Rotterdam, we would get more provinces in circle, but we have to go across the river. What do we want to do? She'll do radar just so we can progress down that one tree. Oh yeah, we still can use naval doctrine. The naval trees are so big. There we go, finally. Fortunately, we're running a problem, but we can't get any supply. It's just so congested. Maybe try and take Liege would take some of the pressure off. Oh, the Soviet Union, Germany declare war on Oh yeah, I mean, this is over then. Germany still decided to declare war on the Soviet Union, meaning they're going to pull a bunch of troops off their front lines. Meaning that I can do this. We'll just do cautious for the time being, but we should be able to just overwhelm them. Oh no, okay, so this is the actual amphibious drive you have to research. And we need oil again. Let me guess, our navy went somewhere. U.S. elections electronic or manual? I believe most of them now have ballot counting machines that are... like electronic, but you still have a mix of like some people use electronic, some states use electronic voting machines, other states use paper ballots. I think I've only ever voted on paper ballots, but then those get fed into a machine and are electronically counted. Yep, so Germany thinned out their forces enough that, and once you start pushing, as long as we don't run out of equipment, the momentum is decisively in our favor. And now, are they getting... Yep, they're getting the armor defense bonuses. Ooh, if we could push across there. Oh yeah, we got an encirclement. Not a ton of divisions, but some divisions, and some are better than none. Yeah, that was like 10, 13 divisions. Quite done yet. There we go. Brazil joined Comintern again. Why? I don't really know, but they do. Oh, right, and that actually pulls, so that's what... So Brazil gets pulled into a war against Japan, which will then result in the Soviet Union getting called into the war with Japan now. So that's why that happened. Weird. Planes around. That's where I get annoyed because I don't have good air bases. Oh, and I also... Alright, we can delete that order. Draw a better one. Very high-tech one. And our plan is go. How much manpower did we have deployed? Good amount of manpower. Oh, wait, you can only do the Tizard mission if they're at peace? What? This is ridiculous. Why can't you do the Tizard mission if they're not... if the United States is at war? Alright, that's annoying. You count it again and again, tons of free checks. Yeah, people, you can request, like, I think if, for certain states, so that's one of the things with certain elections, is that, like, the election is less than, like, sometimes if in a state the election is, like, less than 1% or less than 0.5% or some margin of votes, it'll trigger automatic recounts, and those can involve manual hand counts of ballots, which obviously take longer. The right caves to Hungary? Gee, I wonder why. Could tighten up this front line some. Now that's a lot of damage. Fall of Berlin. French forces. Whatever. Heavy price, however, for Finland. We cannot cooperate with the Soviet Union. How far usually held in U.S. relative to change of government? For the United States, it is November, like it's at the beginning of November, and then it's, so the elections for both president and Congress are in the beginning of November. The new Congress is seated at the beginning of January. The new president is inaugurated in, January 20th. So, 2 weeks after the Congress is inaugurated. RIP Philippines. Does the Soviet Union at war with Japan? Yes. That would explain why Japan was having a hard time, actually. Them being at war with the Soviet Union probably puts a damper on their ability to fight the Pacific. Alright, I'm getting killed. What is... Alright, I need you guys to, like, stop for a second. All you gotta do at this point is... Yeah, it's pretty close. Subject may soon raise its autonomy. Ooh, South Africa? Oh no! Shoot. I think sometimes they're restricted on becoming free until after they like when they're not at war. British Malaya changed their autonomy, whatever. As long as nobody's free. People start changing free, that's gonna mess with the Imperial Federation. Which I will go ahead, because having a lot of puppets actually does make it worth doing the suppressed subjects one, because then you're affecting... You're reducing autonomy on a lot more people. Through the weird order, oh well. Concentrate all our planes. Yep. Things didn't pan out so well for him. Well, I guess things didn't pan out well for him in the real world either, but 3 years sooner. Yeah, so Yugoslavia avoids being in the war. I mean, they signed the Tripartite Pact, which... Why is Belgium guaranteeing the independence of Yugoslavia? And why is the Netherlands doing it? What? Bizarre. What's really embarrassing is that they are ever so slightly pushing on the Soviets still. Even though it's a river and it's winter, with our planes we can push across. Yep, there we go. Capitulated Germany. Easy peasy. So I need like 2 armies to push Italy. In fact, this army can also probably start pushing Italy. Do I have more tactical bombers in reserve? Yeah, a little bit. Because we're gonna have to capitulate Hungary and Romania because they'll get faction leadership. Oh, I should have looked at that. They'll get faction leadership because Italy will have their civil war. So it's not enough to just capitulate Italy. You're gonna have to capitulate all of. I hope Norway can't get it. I'd be very annoyed. How did we generate world tension? What did we do? There's Mussolini deposed, so who became the faction leader? Oh, wait, it's still Italy? Oh, right, because they were deposed, but not the Civil War yet. Africa is mostly Italy. I mean, that's mostly the Sahara. I mean, it's fine. Oh, speaking of which, did I get South Africa's autonomy? There we go. South Africa's no longer able to become free. So now it's Bulgaria. Alright. This is bad, but also I don't want to deal with this, so we're just gonna... Because Yugoslavia didn't have anything going for them anyways, because they stayed out of the war, so this lets me actually prosecute a war against Bulgaria. Which we also technically shouldn't even be at war with, but whatever. Didn't capitulate once they lose their temporary capital. Hooray! Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. Oops, actually, because of Italy, you want to give it to, the Italian one. Oh, never mind. They get most of their states back, actually. Well, never mind then. I'll take everything else then. Oh, wait. That's right. Ethiopia wanted some stuff. But then everything else I'll take. Yeah, now I'll try to take faction leadership America. Oh, whoops, I should have given that part. Well, whatever. Honestly, don't even, I guess I'll send my navy to help, but I don't really feel a need to do anything when it comes to fighting, when it comes to fighting Japan, like, America's got, well, I guess because I have player-led peace conferences on, I kind of have to, because if I don't have any war score, I can't actually do anything. They've generated 49% world tension. Still have fascist Denmark because they never joined the Allies or the Axis. Oh, Italy will be mad about a lot more. Don't worry about that. Oh, guess we'll send our navy out. Oh yeah, I have the bigger navy now. But yeah, I mean that wasteland. It's one of the things where they it's not like Crusader Kings where it just goes to whoever controls more land. It's just weird. Uh, I don't know. I think we'll actually go ahead and stop here. There's a couple other things I'd want to do. I mean, I was debating doing the Imperial Federation and everything, but I don't think there's yeah, I don't really want to pick this game up again, so I think we'll just deal with capitulating Japan and then call it. So I don't know how we got so much XP. Oh, probably because we spent maybe there's no limit to how high the training can go. It's the Japanese Navy. I should have looked at the casualty report before everything ended. Oh well. We talked about no assigned regions. Why can I really not reach Japan? The Sea of Japan? Brazil, can I have fleet basing rights? Hey, thanks. Oh, wow, that was a lot of losses they took. Just knocked out 2 aircraft carriers with tactical bombers. Or, well, naval bombers, tactical bombers, whatever. Beautiful. Let's move more of these planes out of here, because they're just kind of stacking up too high. Whoops. Airbase has insufficient supply, probably because of the entire fleet there. And move them down there. If we go to Singapore, will we have supply there? Probably need to just split the selected task force up. Oh, wait, I thought we sunk like a bunch of carriers. What? Oh, maybe we didn't get credit for it. Because there were also, like, I think there were some US ships in that engagement. In each island. Hey, Indonesia island. Oh, this one? Sulawesi. Grab that, and grab that. Quit India movement. We'll see. Whose autonomy do I need to lower the most? I think it's still South Africa's. Wait, you can't build factories in your pup? Oh, maybe not for dominions you can't. What the heck? Why are there so many restrictions on what I can build in their territory? Can I build forts in their territory still? No, of course not. Well, I can still build naval bases. So I can get their autonomy pretty low. Oh yeah, that's what we like to see. I feel like this isn't an accurate representation of what's happening, because I feel like I'm losing a lot more than 14 planes a month. I guess I built some radar. That might help some. Chile also joined Comintern. Okay. Yep. Ugh. 9 submarines taken out. That's the thing. Even if I'm not actually making a lot of progress with those individual ones, like, I'm still doing... Yeah, I still do damage to the individual ships, and adding up that damage is what can really ruin the Navy, because like, damaged ships, he either has to repair them, or he has to go do something else. Well, Japan's been forced out of Asia for the most part. Nice, 2 destroyers. Sure, we can keep doing war bonds, I suppose. Propaganda music. Oh yeah, I guess they did get... I mean, yeah, I guess the difference is they got all of South Korea. I'm surprised they gave this to Brazil. Maybe Brazil did something. This is pretty close to, like, Manchuria was given to, like, the communists, which strengthened the communists in the Chinese Civil War. Independence movement in British Raj gathers strength. I mean, okay. Not too worried about that. Alright, we sunk 32 ships so far. Granted, that also includes convoys, so that's less impressive, but whatever. Why America has just 11 divisions hanging out on Iwo Jima, I don't know. I mean, I have a little bit of help from some sinking enemy ships, so I should be fine to negotiate a peace deal. Brazil can integrate power. Wait, where's the Japanese fleet? Where'd it go? Oh, it's probably repairing. Can I send heavy fight? Ah, my heavy fighters do not have the range. Well, I guess he's still got something. Are we getting our efficiency tag from what I was playing? Yeah. Evasion speed, that might be helpful if we decide to do this. Mermaid chariot, yep. Yeah, I mean, he's still got like a hunting ship, so he's still got something of a fleet, but again, it's probably all repairing. Alright. So the big thing with Imperial Federation, fun fact, is if you can get them down to, unless they've changed it, if you get everybody down to integrated puppet, they will always accept the Federation. Yes, breakthrough. I guess I should research the naval invasion tech, and then I could just, I mean, I could go ahead and prep a naval invasion. Prep a naval invasion of the Philippines just to, like, take out the Philippines, then take out Taiwan, take out Okinawa, then navally invade the home islands. I could probably invade the home islands directly. Actually, do I have a focus that gives me faster naval invasion? Yeah, amphibious warfare. Interesting way to move there. Yeah, we'll go ahead and switch to movement speed at this point. Thanks. Always annoying when you do it and it causes you to go through another naval region. Then you're like, I have to get naval superiority in 2 of them. It's your Argentina. Suffered greatly. We're doing great. What are they talking about? Oh, let the political landscape shift, whatever. I think we just shot down 3 more carriers. Alright, who has the next most autonomy? Looks like Australia. Also, am I able to build in... Okay, I'm able to build in AA in South Africa again. Yeah, so I guess it's just once their autonomy gets high enough. That is very exciting. It's just kind of boring, just waiting for naval invasions at this point. And also managing subject autonomy. Oh, everybody wants to join the Allies now.
Ready, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All in. All in.
The power, close air support.
Attention. All in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ready. Move out. Ready.
Alright, it's probably just worth it to... I'll wait for landing craft to finish. Corruption Eradication Commission official arrested by corruption eradication. How it is sometimes. $126. Because it scales with the number of divisions. Well, hold on. So I think then if I just grab, like... 6 divisions then, because I really don't need that many. Is there anybody who I have that's like a Marine that's good at this stuff? Don't think I have anybody with Invader. No, I don't. Maybe? Commando? No. Whatever. Alright. Actually, I think that I'd have range from here, maybe? Yeah, I do. That should be a lot fast. Yeah, it's only 31 days for that guy.
All in.
I guess we could change this now to like grant metal cost. Oh yeah, and I never got meticulous preparation or flexible organization. Oopsie. You know any other ironic news like that in the US? Not off the top of my head.
Ready, sir. Ready, sir.
Yeah, I can't really think of anything in particular. Alright, now the question I have is, can my close air... Alright, my close air support cannot reach, so I actually do have a reason to take Okinawa first, then. I want to wait for... I don't... I'm gonna wait for a naval base. We'll just do this.
Ready.
Probably move these guys back to Hong Kong, maybe? So I guess we are the one doing the carrying again. Oh, the US beat us here. So annoyingly, they don't separate out the aircraft, but we can get close air support in there then. All right. Fortunately, we've got a ton of fighters there, so that's going to be annoying. But
Yes, sir. Attention.
now I'll actually prep a big invasion. Can I get my fighters to reach? Because if so, they could start contesting. I can barely reach. Political figure. Ah, I see. I really wish naval invasion. Oh wait, is oh, America's trying to do some naval invasions. Oh, France actually got a foothold. Can they hold it is the question. Nope. Well, I could try and build a naval base for them. Uh, well, fortunately, I'm the leader of the Allies, so I could just not invite China to the Allies. Alright, let's try this. See how bad it is. We're able to get a little bit of close air support in. Oh, and we got it. Alright, yep, this is GG for him.
Ready. Yes, sir. Ready. Ready, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is that Greece doing naval invasions? You go, Greece.
Attention.
Alright, yep, and we don't need to go around annexing our puppets. And we took Tokyo, and that's over! Hooray! Fortunately, I don't think I'll be able to take the entirety of their fleet. Nah, alright, what I'll do... Take state, grab China. Because I don't have state transfer tool, so I need to get all this right. And I will come in here and just help myself to the rest. I guess I had enough war score in turns to take their fleet, but whatever. I guess I wanted to give that to... Oh, did they not call the Soviet Union in? We're not at war with anybody. Well... There goes that. So China's a war with the Soviet Union. Alright, so I'm trying to get autonomy down for everybody else. So what do I have to do here? For Australia, some naval bases.
Ready, sir. Ready, sir.
Yeah, so the Imperial Federation will only... I have plans, but the Imperial Federation will only affect, it only affects our colonies. We don't get, de jure. Yeah, because it's British Australia, Dominion of Canada, Dominion of India, I think British Malaya, and New Zealand all get, options for things, so... We also want to improve relations with everybody. Because the more they like us, the easier of a time we will have getting them to do what we want. So is it British and Canada? Though they don't, like, all the Democratic ones don't like us because we generate a bunch of world tension, so that's annoying, but... Oh well. And hard floating harbors. So we'll want to hold off. We'll just keep doing suppressed subjects in the meantime. I don't need to be importing anything anymore. Well, I guess we still need to be importing rubber. That's good enough. I guess I don't need to be building these naval bases anymore. Charlie's probably like, why are you doing this? If they get flooded with British engineers. So yeah, we're knocking 15 autonomy off of them every day. Further gold trade, yeah, sure. Alright, let's squeeze New Zealand next. More infantry equipment, more support equipment, more artillery. I don't really need anything anymore. I guess the mechanized is what's killing us by needing so much steel, so... trucks use very little steel, so... just do that. Because the more factories we free up, the more, First of all, if we're not importing, we aren't from our subjects, we're raising our autonomy ever so slightly less, and we, want more factories free so we can build more to lower autonomy more. Yeah, we gotta drop them to Puppet, and then Integrated Puppet, and so on and so forth. Yeah, no. Alright. It's Canada, we lower them to colony. Alright, so they're dropping by almost 20 points every day, so it's about 50 days. So yeah. We'll just do this, because I do want to do the Imperial Federation. Is that a super long focus also? 70 days and 70 days, okay. Oh yeah, I guess I could do all these development ones. Oh yeah, I lost it. We're doing it slower because I did all those extractions, which do cost us some. Civilian factories. Actually, yeah, that dropped us down to only like 12. Well, it won't last very long. Most of these are like, okay, some of them are longer than others. Other ones, let's see. I could go ahead and... Who has the most autonomy? Looks like Canada, so we can go ahead and lend lease a bunch of convoys to Canada. Okay, so you don't want to like completely delete their autonomy all at once. They'll do that, and that'll knock out quite a bit of autonomy off of them also. And then that'll take like a month to arrive. They're an integrated puppet, so Canada should get tagged soon, so we'll just go ahead and start building in the British Raj. Granted, some of these are in French and Portuguese territory, but whatever. Well, I guess I can go ahead and knock those down because we do want those to be faster. There went all that autonomy. So guess what? I guess we could just keep on leasing to Canada. Only like 500 this time. To get them the rest of the way there. And I guess we could also lend lease a little bit to British Malaya as well. Plenty. Because they don't have very much autonomy. Yeah. Concerns over defense of Gulf. Alright, then we can lend lease Canada some more. Did we not get our bases back now that the war's over? I guess not. It's like 1,500, and yeah, that's 1,000, so that'll... Once that's delivered, that'll knock them down another autonomy level. Now we can do the same thing to British Malaya. Ah, wait, can you not improve relations to like 100 plus 100 in this one? That's unfortunate. Or improve subject's opinion plus 200. Do that in Europa Universalis, but I guess not here. Again, I think because they're all integrated puppets, it won't matter, but... And then I'm just going to go ahead and get us like 1,000 political power just so that we can get through this. Oh man, I have no convoys. Alright, Imperial Conference time. Last time the various government leaders of all our self-governing colonies and dominions met to discuss matters of imperial interest was in 1932. It's high time we hold another conference, especially we want to strengthen the empire in the immediate future. Go ahead and send him another 100 convoys. Just take a little bit of the edge off because we are still importing from them. And I guess I could just go ahead and start building some naval bases in their territory. There we go. That's what we like to see. Again, I don't think like it's all your puppets. I'm pretty sure it's just the Dominions, but just for fun, let's just crush the autonomy of Italy. Alright, for the next 2 months, representative British government and dominions will gather to discuss matters of the entire empire. The Imperial Federation raised previously to Imperial Conference whether the future of the British Commonwealth of Nations will be a loose association of independent sovereign nations or a tight-knit federation. Let us push our agenda. Ugh. So yeah, that's where that world tension is killing us. But I think because they're all uh can I guarantee independence? Well, this is funny. Heroes announced the 12th Imperial Conference for the next 2 months. Yep. They'll just sit and wait. British government extended an invitation to the Allies. Sure. Romania. Yes. Of course. That's a country that absolutely exists. Oh. Okay, they all accepted. Shoot, I wasn't. So I guess they don't auto-accept... Well, maybe they'll auto-accept the Imperial Federation, but I have them all as integrated puppets, so... You said path on home rule. A tremendous effort to persuade them. Hero Conference partial success. The Indian government cited fundamental cultural differences as well as insufficient respect for the rights of the Indian state as a result for reject of our motion. Sure. Huh, so I guess you can't just crush their autonomy and get it to pass. Oh, well, you don't get to core India anyways. And I have a little thing you can do, actually. Oh, hey, what do you know? Isn't that crazy? China's putting up a good fight against the Soviet Union. I mean, Iran's even got them stalled. Oh, that's to annex them. You need to, I guess it's to annex them. You need to have their autonomy low enough to actually do the Imperial Federation focus, which integrates them. I see. So maybe you can never get India to stay in the Federation? Or maybe I just got unlucky. Or maybe it was because I had that much of an opinion in Malice because of all the world tension I generated, and if they had actually had a super high opinion, it would have been possible. As the Commonwealth of Nations, in the face of global threats, the British government has made a joint statement of Canada, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, the British Commonwealth, the nations will be formalized with a new federal government structure. With the earlier Indian government's rejection of the proposal, the current implementation federal structure for the Commonwealth, India has elected not to remain affiliated with the new superstate. A great stride forward for our peoples. Commonwealth, Italy. Now the question is... so do we not get the... I thought we would get the option to form the European Union. Or can you not be democratic and do it? Visibility requirements is United Kingdom. So maybe you have to do both Imperial Federation and have Oswald Mosley as the leader. I see. Oh, well. Oh, we formed the Commonwealth of Nations, and yep, that's it. So, in terms of core territory, 80 million core population, 742 million non-core population. But yep. I hope you guys all had fun on the stream, and I will see you guys next time. Bye.